Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Welcome to a celebration at the precipice of time, where the power of women knows no bounds. Experience her story unfolding, a reawakening of our collective consciousness to the monumental achievements of our foremothers. A tribute to the battles they fought, rights they've secured, and paths they've paved that women all over the world are continuing to navigate and expand upon. Her stories are unfolding, empowering growing, building legacies of pioneering women by sharing their stories, celebrating their accomplishments, and embracing the rights and privileges they've bestowed to us for generations to come. Welcome to a celebration at the precipice of time, where the power of women knows no bounds. Experience her story unfolding, a reawakening of our collective consciousness to the monumental achievements of our foremothers. A tribute to the battles they fought, rights they've secured, and paths they've paved that women all over the world are continuing to navigate and expand upon. Her stories are unfolding, empowering growing, building legacies of pioneering women by sharing their stories, celebrating their accomplishments, and embracing the rights and privileges they've bestowed to us for generations to come. Welcome to a celebration at the precipice of time, where the power of women knows no bounds. Experience her story unfolding, a reawakening of our collective consciousness to the monumental achievements of our foremothers. A tribute to the battles they fought, rights they've secured, and paths they've paved that women all over the world are continuing to navigate and expand upon. Her stories are unfolding, empowering growing, building legacies of pioneering women by sharing their stories, celebrating their accomplishments, and embracing the rights and privileges they've bestowed to us for generations to come. I could do that. Get it?
All right, welcome, Ava and Alicia. I see you both there.
Okay. Yeah, I got it. I got it.
All right, well, welcome here to the Los Angeles Tribune Women
Welcome
Show. You guys
to
are using
Her
your
Story
internet.
Unfolding. This is the grand finale, final celebration to be our producer backstage for Impact Book Awards in Philippines.
All right, Ava and Alicia, your internet is going out.
Okay, take
Just
it
a little bit,
away,
so we
Donna.
couldn't hear a lot of what you were saying, but we're in the final episodes of Your Story Unfolding. Let's try one more time.
I was saying, go ahead and take it away and introduce our co-host for today.
I am so excited to have some of the most amazing women with us here today on the Los Angeles Tribune, because every single one of them are thought leaders. And I'm going to first bring up how I got introduced to the Los Angeles Tribune first with someone who's very near and dear to my heart, because without her, I wouldn't have ever known. I wouldn't have been here. So I'm going to bring up here to the stage Dr. Natalie Forrest. Welcome all the way from Germany. She is joining us for this hour.
Thank you so much, Donna. And it's great to see Ava again and Alicia. I'm excited to be here. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. And I'm also excited to bring up my cohort for the next 2 days here along the way, Miss Parisa Rose. So welcome to the stage.
Hello, Parisa.
Hello, hello. Hi, ladies. It's so good to be here with all of you and all of you listening right now. So good to be here.
All right. Awesome. And Miss Julianne Meyer, welcome to the stage.
Hello, everyone. So excited, as everyone else is, to be here, ready to be inspired.
Hello, Julianne. Can you hear us now, Donna?
Yes, you guys are great. You're awesome.
Amazing. We are back. Welcome, everyone, to another episode of Her Story Unfolding. As Ava mentioned earlier, if you could hear, we are joining in live from the International Impact Book Award. So we ask for your patience if our internet goes out today, but we're so excited to bring Donna, Parisa, and Julianne back, who helped us open our celebration of Her Story Unfolding. And our special co-host guest for today, Dr. Natalie Forrest. Donna will be producing the event today while Ava and I cover the event at the International Impact Book Awards. As we've shared with you all in the past, we are all about celebrating and honoring women through her story unfolding, but we also believe that it is very important to show up for the women that we are honoring. You may have remembered Nim Stant. She joined our broadcast at the beginning of Her Story Unfolding segment and is hosting the International Impact Book Awards today in Phoenix, Arizona, where we are joining live. Donna, I will pass it on to Ava for some quick opening remarks, and then we will pass it on to you today to help us and support us in the show.
Well, we've got one more co-host that Donna's bringing on. So let me have her bring her on.
And it's somebody that I've gotten to know over this last year. It's been so much fun to get to know her and to see her with everything that she's been doing. And wow, she's also a powerhouse herself. So welcome here to the stage, Miss Rachel Weaver.
Hi, everyone.
Hello, Rachel.
Hello. So happy to be here with all of you.
I am so excited, ladies, and I'm so grateful for your contribution, for your generosity. We are celebrating National Women's Month with a party, because that's, men have meetings and women have parties, right? So we're celebrating it with a party, and I wanted to start our opening with a question to ask you, what does National Women's History Month for you? And how was the whole month celebration of, National Women's Month and Her Story Unfolding gave you a different perspective or opened up something new for you through this whole month? Would love to hear everybody share from our co-hosts today, starting with Donna Campbell, and then you go pass it on, Donna.
All right, awesome. It's been such fun and such a pleasure throughout the last month. And I'm just going to have to say, for me, it is just a reiteration of who and what we really are. And when we come together, what we can truly accomplish. Because I know they say, if you want to go and do something, one, but when you go with many, you can go that much further. And to celebrate each and every person along the way that are thought leaders, we actually start quantum leaping in our own power together because we've all magnified. And that's what I've seen throughout this month. Is everyone coming together and exponentially growing, where by ourselves, we may not have been able to go as far. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to Miss Julianne.
Thank you, Donna. The LA Tribune is famous for putting out positive news and positive information. And that's one of the things I love about being a part of this. But one of the things that I found kind of upsetting about this whole experience was how many unsung heroes, women, that there are out there. And to just be able to honor a few, because we barely scratched the surface. I mean, 30 days is not, or 31 days really actually isn't that long of a time to celebrate. However, having the opportunity to be able to shine a spotlight on that many people, absolutely amazing. And it's just been so inspirational for me to realize, not alone. I could do this. Everybody could do this. It doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman, but you know what? Let's start celebrating these women more.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So who do you pass it to, Julianne? Because that's how we do it.
All right, Rachel, you're up.
Thank you so much. It's such an honor and pleasure to be here with all of you thought leaders doing big things. Like you said, Julie, it really is a shame that we can't honor more people in 30 days, but because of Ava's determination with the Los Angeles Tribune, we have made leaps and bounds through this 1 month of honoring women every single day. So I want to start out by first and foremost saying thank you, Ava, for having this vision and not sitting on it, really taking the reins and putting it into fruition at the very last second. You have gone above and beyond to make each and every one of us feel special, which also inspires us and allows us to inspire other women to join, right? It does take a village. It takes us speaking up and not being silent to make that true impact in the world. And you're the prime example of that. So thank you so, so much. It's just really, for me, such an honor to be here with all of you, because I know that each of you have excelled in your craft in making a positive impact in the world. And so together with all of our voices, when we come together like this, we can reach globally, like the beautiful Dr. Forrest is here from Germany. So excited to get to know you more. And throughout this month, I have met so many incredible women, and many of which I hope to pair up to make a louder noise. So thank you so much. I'm excited to pass it over to the beautiful Parisa.
Thank you, Rachel. So I was here on day 1 with you all, and not knowing what the month was going to be experienced as, and not knowing what to expect other than really incredible moments, hearing from women that I had never seen or met or heard from, and just hearing their stories or their background or different parts of their life, having no idea really though. No idea what was going to come forward. I am blown away. I'm touched. I'm moved, genuinely. It's been such a beautiful experience to hop on whatever stream it is at the moment, all throughout the month, and to get off a Zoom call and to be able to hop on the live broadcast, and just to be able to enjoy and be in the moment with whatever woman or women that were being featured for the day. And many women I had never even seen before. And that for me is like such the powerful thing here. And it's a bit of what Julianne had mentioned. And it's that you don't have to be a name that is recognized. You don't have to be a name that people know about, because your name is worthy enough of being known. Your name is worthy enough of your story to be shared, because it's the sharing of stories that actually allow us to connect. And we wouldn't be able to connect if we didn't have an opportunity to share. And yes, we can go to our neighbors and share. Yes, we can go to our friends and share. We can go to other women and share. Yes, but how often do we really genuinely do that? Probably not as often as we could, probably not as often as we'd like to, or we'd like to experience that connection in that moment. And to be able to isolate and designate an entire month, be like, hey, you know what? This is Women's History Month. Like, why not do this? So thank you, Ava and Alicia, for just powering through. I have a very, very high respect for discipline and follow through, and y'all have shown it through and through. It is insane. I'm like, sometimes the live broadcast at midnight, whatever the case is, just getting the job done. I'm like, that is finding a way to win. That is getting it done. That's women showing up for saying something and following through with the commitment, because that's just who you're choosing to be. What a beautiful example to set for everyone else. And it's you all just being yourselves. So thank you for being you. And thank you for just being the reminder for everyone else. Like, being yourself is absolutely enough. Your name is enough to be known. Your story is enough to be shared. And I'm excited for the next 2 days for more stories to be shared, and more connections and more moments to be had, and really just the moments to be like drop in and just be present with all of it. So it's been a really beautiful month, truly. And I'm honored to be here again to be able to close out the month. And I pass it off to Dr. Natalie Forrest, who was on the very first time I hopped on with the Los Angeles Tribune several years ago, very first time. I was so nervous to be on StreamYard and on camera and all of these things. And I think I was on less than 10 minutes, most likely. It was a very brief time. And she was on there and so gracious and just so regal in her presence. I'm like, oh my gosh, like she does this so easily. How does she do that? Well, thank you, Dr. Natalie. Like you have been such a beautiful example for me. So thank you. And it's good to see you.
Thank you. Thank you. And it's good to see everybody here. And yes, I can only chime in. You know, Ava has taken over, has just been continuing the mission, and not just continuing, but she has amplified the mission because she's added events. It feels, Ava, as if you want to hear all the time. It's like whenever I've like pulled myself back a little bit from social media, but whenever I do see something like Ava's there, the Tribune is there. So for me, that's extremely exciting to see. And I admit that I have not been present live at all of the events this month, but that's because there's a teeny tiny time difference. So, you know, sometimes I catch the end of it or I'll watch it later, but it's been inspiring. And, you know, Ava and Donna, you all mentioned this is more of a celebration. And I don't know, I'm going to go geeky for a second, okay, because I'm a historian by trade, but with the idea of National Women's History Month actually comes from a group of about 100 women from all different countries. And that happened in 1910. They came together, they had a conference, they were talking politics, business, family, I mean, you name it. And they were all part of women's clubs. And that's how the idea of International Women's Day first started. And then, of course, in the US, it's celebrated in March. In other countries of the world, it's in October. So, you know, we don't have to stop. We can actually keep celebrating. And I think that's the important message. Yes, right now it's 1 month, but we should be celebrating each other every single day just by calling each other, giving a little shout out here and there, because the togetherness and investing in each of us, ourselves and in each of us, I think that's the crucial thing. So I'm excited to be here. Thank you.
Well, you know, I want to thank you, Dr. Natalie, you know, ladies, for your dedication and for honoring and giving me flowers. But I want to give the flowers to this lady right here, to Alicia Magnus Lewis. She and really to our team in the Los Angeles Tribune. Like no one's an island. You know, the only reason one person looks good is because we are supported by many others behind us, right? And so we've got the whole team of the Los Angeles Tribune, and you know, Alicia Magnus Lewis has been championing all of the physical interviews and the in-person networking and meetings and dinners and award shows and all of that. But more than all of this, ladies, there's a new announcement. So Alicia, let me give you the whole mic.
Thank you so much. And we appreciate all of the women that are part of the Los Angeles Tribune and how you show up for other women. I mean, Rachel Weaver, you were at the Women's Club of Hollywood helping to fundraise Oscar weekend for a space that is so historical and so impactful in educating and nurturing women in Hollywood and beyond. Julianne, you flew in to LA for the LA Fashion Closet show to co-host on stage with Michael Silvers, and you did a phenomenal job. Parisa, you have been showing up. You went to Bruno's event to celebrate him being able to serve the 10 millionth meal. Donna, you have been showing up. You have been in Vegas, understanding how you can continue to put yourself out there and come out with a brand new book that, Donna, I hope that throughout today's broadcast, you share more information about your book and how people can access it. And Dr. Natalie, you are tuning in from Germany. This is what it's all about. Women showing up from all around the world to celebrate each other. And throughout the broadcast this weekend, you will be hearing from women from Canada, from Wales. It truly is women that have come from Sierra Leone. It truly is a global community coming together to celebrate stories. Like Parisa was saying, everybody has a story. There are so many stories to be told. Like Julianne said, it shouldn't just happen for a month, because there's, even though we've covered so many stories, there are so many more stories to be told. So with that, we do have a special announcement for you all today. Her Story Unfolding is going to continue. We will be broadcasting once a week on a weekly basis to continue to bring women's stories, young girl stories from all around the world to the world, because everyone's voice is important. Everyone has a story within them. And we truly believe in creating space for people to share who they are and what they're doing now. And it is great to share what you do for your work, but it is so much more of a connection point when you can share how you actually got to that point. What life experiences did you go through to get to the point where you're doing the work that you did? How have you evolved over time? How have you transformed over time? These are such important topics, and we're excited to continue to bring them to the world. And we have a special guest that is joining us today. She is our first guest of the day, and she is an author. She is all about sharing transformation work, but understanding what it's like to go through that self journey of transformation first before you can really show up in the world. And so we are delighted to bring our special guest, Rocio, to the stage in just one short moment, but I want to bring Ava back so that she can say hi.
Of course. Well, I also wanted to say that decision to continue her story unfolding on a weekly basis was decided on at 1 a.m. today. The reason being is because we couldn't fit enough people who wanted to still join her story unfolding in this 2-day celebration, and we're realizing it really matters, and we would be remiss to stop it just because March is over. Like, it doesn't make sense, right? So we and Mo is an amazing, champion of women, that he hasn't even given us a thumbs up for that, and we're announcing it because we know he's that. Like, he's a stand to give women voices. So we're going to continue her story unfolding on a weekly basis,
and we hope that you all tune in to watch, because there are so many stories from so many women around the world. And like Dr. Natalie was saying, women that are doing so much across so many spaces: politics, science, technology, personal development, medicine, education, fashion, beauty, skincare. There's so many amazing stories out around the world, and we're so delighted that we can continue to bring them to you. And so Ava and I are at the International Impact Book Award, so we are going to help introduce Rocio, who is an amazing author, a storyteller that just came out with a new book called The Orchid, The Secret Code to Modern Goddesses. And she co-wrote the book with her husband, which is truly special. And we're delighted, Rocio, to have you on today. We went to her book signing where her and her husband were able to share more about their book, their experiences. And we're so delighted. Like we said, we're out there supporting people in real life, but we really want them to be able to share their story. So Rocio, welcome to Her Story Unfolding. How are you?
Hello, guys. It's a pleasure to be here with you. Thank you so much, Alicia and Ava and everyone else. It's a pleasure to share with you all this amazing energy. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, we're so excited to hear more of you. And we're handing it over to our co-hosts. You have a lot of them that will surround you and love on you and ask you questions for the next minutes up to the top of the hour. So Rocio and our wonderful co-host, we hand you the mic.
Thank you. Thank you. So,
Can I jump in?
please.
Absolutely.
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Muy bien, gracias.
A ver. I'm very excited to see you. And can you tell us a little bit about working on this book with your husband? And the reason why I'm asking that is because we know we all need to work together all the time, but we also know that we want to honor those who help us. And at the same time, I think sometimes it can be difficult to work with your husband on a book.
Yes, you know what, I've been very fortunate to know him from the last 23 years. And really, he is an amazing person. And we've been a team since 23 years ago. We have a lot of respect, a lot of understanding, and trust. We trust each other. So after, of course, up and downs and this work on introspection that we did, every person, he became a better person and I became a better person. Our skills of communication were better. So has been a beautiful, really lucky. You know when you feel grateful that this is so good that I hope doesn't stop here. So I've been feeling that, and because we weren't doing it together with that joint vision of, you know, you don't know, but we were living before in Miami, before in Mexico, then we moved to Miami. After we moved to Hong Kong, then to London, and now we are in LA. And after going around the world and see what is a necessity, okay, to do this work for women and for everyone else, we decide, you know, we have a vision together. So that's when your vision is so huge, is so beautiful. The only thing that you want to do is to put all your effort, your understanding, your knowledge to that goal. So in our goal in this case is to empower women. And for what reason we want to empower women? Because women empower the families, they are the mothers, they are the friends, they are the sisters, the daughters. And when they feel better about themselves and they know how to move from the limiting thinking, they can be and empower the world like you ladies. That is fantastic to see and witness what you are doing in the world. Really, thank you.
Thank you. That is you answered one of the questions I was actually going to ask you. So thank you for that. After doing a little bit of research about you and discovering that you've done a lot of spiritual work and just continuous learning. And I think a lot of people have this idea that there's a destination and that once they get to that destination, then they're done with the learning and the growing and all that without realizing that it's a lifelong experience. And I'm curious, how have you chosen who your next teacher or what's your next adventure or how you're going to learn or who from? How did you choose? Because there's so many wonderful things out there to choose from. What was your process?
Look, my process was first to try to find how you forgive. It's like tell me, I was asking everyone, what is your method for forgiveness? And no one really can tell you, explain number one, number two, number three, number four. So at one point when I discovered after many years of carrying so much pain, it's like, oh my God, we have here a method that you can begin to use to forgive. And it's like, we need to share this. I read 120 books only to really compress and to understand what is the big picture and for what reason I was feeling the way I was feeling. So, to be honest, I believe that the universe is not through one master, it's through many. It's speaking to you all the time, it's speaking to you through, depends because we have the same issues. Everyone around the world feels pain, everyone feels abandonment, and everything you can imagine. But it's how you relate with your problem is how you begin to see the solutions. So I feel like my personal way of being is I see possibilities always. It's like I keep curious. So it's so important that at one point I know that someone is giving me a message or I'm giving a message to anyone. So in that place is not one master, but it's what resonates with you in the moment. Because knowledge at the beginning, you understand the very basics. Like you can be very careful with your words, but then in a knowledge, when you understand more and more, you understand that you are creating with your words. So you need to be careful what you are saying. So is this growing of knowledge that little by little, you begin to really gain and enjoy the journey of a lifetime. So before, my classes was on a victim, and now my classes is of joy, abundance, possibility, and is what I want to teach more and more people through the novel, how you can begin to I can be better, but not for others, for yourself, for enjoy this journey that you are saying, Julie.
I love that.
I have another one, if I may. Sorry, Rachel. I was going to ask, forgiveness, of course, is crucial, as you point out, as is awareness and acceptance and doing it for ourselves. And you picked the orchid,
Yes.
and you explain a little bit why. When you're talking about the orchid, does the color of the orchid matter? And the reason why I'm asking that, obviously, is because of the spiritual journey and the chakra system and all of that. So does it matter what color the orchid or how colorful it is?
To be honest, what we chose the orchid is because it's 25,000 different kind of orchids. So represent that all of them are beautiful, like us. All of us are beautiful and fantastic, and we have a difference. And we're gonna honor how one of you brings something amazing to the world. No one can be like Natalie, Parisa, Rachel, or Julie. You are unique, and we need to celebrate that. So the orchid, even though that is a flower, is really resilient, can grow anywhere. So this is something important for us, that we can grow anywhere. Plus is like our vaginas. All of them are different. Okay, it's not one more beautiful than the other one, neither. So that's why we choose the orchid.
Thank you.
I'll go ahead and ask. I love that. I also love all of your worldly experience because I too have lived all over the world. I actually believe it's so much of who I am and who I've transformed into throughout the last years of my adult life. But how much of your experience in travel and moving to different cultures, because each place that you've lived is very, very different. And so I am wondering how much of that perspective helped shape your ideas of forgiveness?
Yes, thank you, Rachel. Fantastic question. To be is incredible. When you are a little bit curious and you begin to see how the other cultures begin to work together and how they live, and you observe that. And for example, when you go, we went to Bhutan, and in Bhutan, what is the most important is how happy you are. How is your day really thriving? And I was, oh my God, I want to bring more of that to our lives. And it's possible. So I want to share with more people what other cultures are doing and what is working. So what is working in many other places, and let's copy the good things of everyone else. So that is what opened my mind to see, instead of very very the way I was, like a growing up with my family, then to see the world with another place and what is making everyone stronger. So let's copy the stronger of everyone. So that's our proposal.
That is so beautiful. I love this. This has been such a beautiful conversation to have as our opening guest. So thank you. And I have a question for you. And this is something that touches on a conversation I had with one of my dear friends just last night. And that is that as women, I feel like with all of these responsibilities and all of these moments that are happening in life, either moments of celebration that require a lot of planning, like weddings, or moments that are a lot more challenging that provoke more of a grief type of process. Like we tend to intellectualize these moments. We tend to wear these moments heavier than they need to be because it's a pattern, right? We just get caught up in it and we don't realize, like, oh my goodness, this is heavy. How did this get this way? And we have to create these interruptions to then help us kind of get back to our center and get back to that place of joy. And the thing you mentioned earlier about being able to have this lens of you said joy, abundance, and possibility, but for yourself first. For others, yes, but for yourself first. I found that to be one of the most powerful things you just said. So with that being said, whenever you see another woman or another circumstance where they are not experiencing, they're not able to tap into that joy or that abundance or that possibility within their mind, what is it that you say? What reminder, what insight, what comes to mind for you as you're witnessing someone in that space? Or what would you say to a woman in that space to help remind them of that joy and that abundance and that possibility?
Look, what I've been learning a lot, the most important example is for me to be original, to be me, to be to be the freedom that I want to transmit. So, because it's very uncomfortable when you approach to someone and say, I think that you should be doing this, is they don't want to listen. So the best thing is to be ourselves and be be bold, be out of your comfort zone. And then when you are from that place, people begin to see, you are different. You are acting. Tell me more. And in that moment, we have an opportunity to say, well, let me tell you so many options, this, that you can do. And to be honest, the soft part that we did it is through a book. That's why we call it The Orchid, the Secret Code of Modern Goddesses. And we put all the knowledge there. And we put it even more soft, like a novel, a fiction novel with characters that they've been passing through life and struggles. And little by little, we give them the teachings and the teachings of what is awareness, what is gratitude, how you forgive, what is acceptance, and how you implement intention. So has been really like a learn opportunity for me to be more authentic. So, Parisa, I love my friends and they know me. And when I come to them and say, can I ask you a question? They laugh at me because it's, oh my God, you are the divine question. Because I always question for what reason they are acting the way I am acting. So I always ask for permission before saying anything. So one day when you and I were having a dinner, it's like, can I ask you a question? And is you gonna tell me, okay, here she comes. So thank you.
That was beautiful. Thank you.
I've been sitting in the back listening, and this has been such a beautiful conversation. But I do have a pressing question myself. And as a fellow author, I just know by writing a story, writing a novel, it may be fictional, but there's elements of truth in it because you see yourself. It's like you're in each of the different characters as you're writing it, as it unfolds. So you're like the master, but you're also the characters. But the characters always relate to all the people that you know in your life. What I'm most curious about is how has writing this novel, writing this book, transformed your life in your own journey from before you wrote it to after? Because it's a gift to the world, really.
Was incredible, the process. Really, I was a victim. I was suffering all. I was walking, like I said before, like an open wound, going around the world and making mad decisions from there. In the process of begin to heal, and you begin to heal little by little and writing it all with the different characters and seeing your process, then in one part I have all the characters who goes to a beautiful place with all the healers. Little by little I became the healer because I was closing the wound and begin to see the world from another perspective. So it's a beautiful journey that I wanna really share with the world.
Thank you. Thank you for that there. So much there. Any last minute questions for our guests today?
I actually have a question, and I'm going to use your word curious because you've mentioned it a few times. And I love the idea of being curious because it changes the way that we ask questions and can also make things a lot more fun versus, it's all in the wording as you said before. So what I'm curious about is being human. There are going to be times where you don't see the abundance, you don't see the love, you don't see that right away. How do you refocus back onto the things that you want to focus and expand on?
I love your question because it's so important, gratefulness. So when in that dark moment, when you are in the most difficult part, if you really open your body and begin to say in that moment, I'm grateful for this, for this, for this, for whatever is happening in that, for my body, for where I'm standing, for my clothes, for the food, and you begin, your vibration begins to go lighter. So thank you, Julie, because it's a key element that we are teaching in the book, how to be grateful.
Beautiful. I love that. I actually do have one more question since everybody else is on mute, and I'm going to take advantage.
Thank you.
With knowing that your book is a story, and as Donna said, you see yourself in all these different characters and also as the person creating, was there a particular character that you really resonated with, and if so, why?
Look, at the beginning, Julie, I want to do the story of how I change, really, to make it super honest. And at one point, during the working together, because I did the book with my husband, and then we brought a ghostwriter to do a writer's room more, because I want this to be a TV show, to really show another way of thinking. So at one point, my life is gonna be there, but the ghostwriters say it's too much what happened to you. No one is gonna believe it. And it's like, okay, so this is not the book about myself to be putting all the things that happen. So we begin to put it all in different ways. So, for example, one of the ladies was really, really tough, doesn't believe in love. Is like, I I'm being here alone, making myself, and I don't go no. I was a lot of her, but then I was a lot of another lady who suffered sexual abuse, and how you carry that with you. And was until the Me Too movement when you are able to begin to open with other people that, that happened to me. And it's a little bit of all. They have my personality, but to be honest, my mother was a single mother with kids. So you have there, one of the characters is a single mother with kids, and how all the struggles that they have and how they gonna move forward. So it's like a choosing which is your favorite finger, right? And it's like all of them is part of you. So thank you so much, Julie.
You can't choose a favorite finger, can you? I love that analogy. That is, I've never heard that before, and it's so simple because it's right here. I love that. Thank you. I cannot wait to read your book. I'm a single mother, so I have such an appreciation and a desire to like have those moments, experience those moments, read those moments, and just continue to share the wisdom and the knowledge and the heart. So I'm so looking forward to that. With that being said, I would love to offer you the space to have some closing remarks and be able to share anything that you'd like to share with those that are listening right now.
Thank you so much, Parisa. Okay, please, everyone, help us to follow us in all our social media. Is the Orchid Book, and you can find us in Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, everything. This is the book, The Orchid, The Secret Cult of Modern Goddesses, and you can buy it in Amazon, Barnes and Noble, all the places that is available. So if you have any comments, I'm more than happy to come and talk to you guys. So thank you so much.
Love that. The Orchid Book, The Secret Code of Modern Goddesses. Just the wisdom you shared so far that's already in the book. I'm super excited for that. And so thank you, Rocio, for joining us today. I know that I had such a joy to be able to share this space with you. And I feel like I can also speak for my other co-hosts right now and those that are listening and just soaking up all of this really rich moment. And I have to say, your voice is so soothing. It's so grounding. I don't know if I was the only one that needed that, but thank you. Thank you for being here with us.
Thank you so much for joining us there, Rocia. We're very thrilled and blessed to have you with us today. And also, Dr. Natalie Forrest, thank you so much for joining us for this first hour. It's been an honor and a privilege and a pleasure. And thank you so much for all of your guidance and your mentoring that you've done with many of us in the past when all of this kickstarted years and years ago. So thank you.
Thank you. Bye, everybody. Be happy, be grateful.
Yay. Thank you, Dr. Natalie. Love it. Well, our next guest we have coming up is Ty Barrett. I'm super excited. Dawn, I believe you'll be bringing Ty up. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure. Awesome. Welcome,
Hi, ladies. How are you?
Welcome. Awesome. So, Ty.
Yes.
So good to have you with us here today. Sorry, it was few things going on my screen as we are live. It's always hi, here we are in the moment, embracing all that is, right?
Yes. Embracing the moment.
I love it. So I'd like to offer you a moment to share a bit of your story with us here today.
Yes. So my name is Ty Barrett. I am the owner of a brand called Amami. And Amami is a brand that's about self-love, self-acceptance, being your authentic self. It came to an idea of the fact that as all of us, and as amazing as I've kind of heard the other stories beforehand, that we go through this journey of self-acceptance and building our self-confidence, being comfortable in our skin, learning to not compromise ourselves, learning not to conform, learning to really embrace who we are, because we have to come to that understanding that we are these unique beings, one of a kind beings that are here on God's green earth. definitely make a difference. So I love luxury bags, and I have a slew of friends that also enjoy luxury. The challenge about luxury bags is the fact of luxury goods, period, is the fact that we come into this place of thinking that this is going to build our social status. We treat these material possessions, we treat our societal affiliations as our social currency. And it's so external. This is based on others' perceived value. The true value should be the value that we have within. So it's about basically connecting the dots of luxury and embracing yourself as luxury. So what I did was I wanted to build a bag line, and umami means love me in Italian. So basically, it's leather luxury goods that are about putting your best foot forward, being your authentic self. Also, it's also a movement of self-empowerment. So I have these different types of styles that brings that to life. Like I have this one here, which is the me bag, and the me bag is about being me and embracing me. So as I would say, they're like these fashion statement pieces that is giving you the authority to be your authentic self. I also have the love bag, and this one symbolizes self-love, because I wanted everyone to come to the world and put their best foot, being their authentic self, and not having to confine or conform to what people want them to do. Which is why when I built the brand, I went to Italy. I went to 7 different parts of Italy, and I also went to Paris. I went to London. I built this global team because I wanted to make sure that I had the proper knowledge of the luxury sector. So these are like suppliers that work with Louis Vuitton and work with Gucci, because I'm like, if I'm going to put my best foot forward, I want to make sure I go to the places that the top dogs do. So I went to these places. I immersed myself into the Italian culture, and my goal is to build a brand, to build your personal legacy, your personal, heritage. So when I think about the bags, I always want to build these very timeless, classic pieces that's going to basically be your companions as you evolve life throughout your life. And it's also like pieces like that I would love to pass on to my daughter, or maybe my customers may want to pass to their daughter, because you always think about it. Children have a tendency of being a part of their parents, right? It's like mother, like daughter, and it comes to that whole mindset. So I just really am in this place of functioning in purpose, building a brand, but also building a movement, find ways of making the world a better place, building community, having others say it's okay to be authentic. It's okay to accept each other's differences and realize that we're just a melting pot, a society of people that are on this earth to serve each other and make the world a better place.
So powerful. Can I just say, like, you are unashamed in the very visual reminder of not compromising.
Right.
I've not found that to be very prevalent amongst people as a whole.
Mm-hmm.
And just even having on that bag where it says me, like the reminder of self, and the reminder, allowing it to be brought back to you, is you're literally carrying the declaration. And I feel that we get in this routine, this rut of having these declarations, even having these affirmations that we hold dear to our heart, but we have them so private. Yes, we need to keep things private and protect. Absolutely. And I think there's something really powerful about just being so unashamed in the declaration of what that most important, that most vital, that thing is. And yes, it's us first. I literally have a tattoo on, the only tattoo I have. It's on, like, you can't really see it, but it says perfect.
Yes, you
and
are.
I even, when I got this tattoo, I'm like, gosh, is it vain of me to have the word perfect tattooed on my body? No, it's not, because it's not about that I'm perfect. It's that each moment is perfect in itself, which is actually full non-compromise, and it's full acceptance.
Amazing.
That's what perfect is for me. And this is my walking embodiment. This is my reminder. So the fact that you have these beautiful bags, I cannot wait to check out your line. This is amazing. So
thank you. Thank you. And just want to just piggyback on that whole conversation. The brand is about accepting all of you. That means the imperfections. I think we always want to be perfect and whatever we think is the societal norm, but it's the perfection that we have within ourselves. And we cannot allow other people to be the barometer of our worth. Our worth is internal because we all have a purpose. And we don't need to be, we do not need other people to define us. And I love the fact that you chose perfect. And I think that you should never question yourself for doing that. You are perfect because God made you, or this higher power, whatever you believe is above, made you who you are. We're not here to be the same individual. We're here to be ourselves.
Amen. I received that fully. Go for it, Julianne.
Yeah, no, I was going to say basically the same thing. Like, I think it's a perfect tattoo for you. But Ty, I was so excited when I heard that you were going to be a part of this today, because as somebody who loves fashion, and I also lived in Italy, so I have that other thing in common. The thing that I've noticed with luxury brands is that a lot of the times it's all in name. It's not necessarily actually quality or luxury. And here we are spending top dollar to try and prove something. Meanwhile, it's not even really what it says it is. And it's like advertising for other people versus really just enjoying what is and enjoying the, carrying the handbag. Because I'm with you. I love a wonderful, high quality handbag that I can keep forever and pass down to somebody else. And it's about that, the art of it, the art. Right. And, and I just love that you brought it back to the person and made it a movement instead of it being superficial. And I'm curious if there was anything that really prompted you to put those two things together, or is it just something that you saw was missing and you needed to fill that?
I think it's important. I bring an example. It's so funny. I had a quick conversation with my cousin earlier today, who's a fashion stylist. She's actually works with a few celebrities. She was in Palm Desert, taking some vacation time. She goes into a Gucci store, and she's carrying this $6,000 Bottega bag. And she said she comes into the store and the guy pays her no attention, ignored her, completely not realizing that she has Bottega, she has Gucci, she's a very classic vintage person. And she said it took this socialite coming into the store, recognizing the quality of her bag for the salesperson to even give her any attention. And then when she was shown the bag, he also kind of peeked in and saw that she had this Chanel wallet in the bag. And then at that moment, then he realized that she was someone that was worth his while, that she actually had the disposable income to shop in Gucci. So I came into this mindset of the fact that you go into a room and people are already prejudging you, right? And they think they know who you are. They think they can tell you your life story based on what you're wearing. And she's like, I'm in like loungewear, like in a nice jogging suit, but I do have a very expensive bag on. And he didn't even pay attention to the bag. It took someone else to give her that credibility, that validation. So I was like, okay, we somehow need to be validated. It's like going to high school and felt that we need to be part of that that clique or that in the crowd. But the reality of it is we should be comfortable with our skin. So if you take everything away, if I am completely naked, right, I should be able to love myself for who I am. It doesn't matter which room I go into. So if I come in and I decide I want to wear a garbage bag from top to bottom and then carry the me bag, that means that I'm comfortable with my skin. I'm unapologetic. I know who I'm supposed to be. So it's basically saying, okay, the reason why I wanted it for the luxury part, because they are classic, they're timeless, and you are never going to change. And I like to say, as we evolve in life, I like to refer to that involvement as chapters, because those are chapters of our lives, because you still have the same essence of who you are. The chapters, the experiences just continuously refine you. So I want to give you a companion that you can carry as you go onto this red carpet of the world and say, I am proud of being me. Yes, I love myself. Yes, I embrace everything that makes me who I am. I'm extremely proud.
I absolutely love, love, love. I could not love this more. Just like Julie, I also have lived in Italy, all over Italy for many years, actually. And so I don't know, there's just something about Italy, fashion, but also that purpose. And you just mentioned something that's so profound. It's really about stripping everything away and loving you for you. And I think that this classic luxury handbag makes such a statement for us within ourselves to help us feel good, right? Just to wear it powerfully, to say, I am who I am, and I am unapologetic to the world. But I think that when we can get to that place, we also show up with less judgment on others. When we love what we see in the inside. So, your friend or family member that you mentioned walked into the Gucci store carrying her expensive $6,000 Bottega bag and no one paid attention to her. I think truly it's a reflection back on that person who is not feeling well about themselves. And so my mindset, because I've had that happen to me so many times, countless times, where I am really looking to buy something, because for me, I love to give luxury gifts. And now I have one with meaning to give. So I'm super excited to shop your line. But I can remember many times walking in, and often it's in a place where I've traveled. And so a lot of times I don't take my expensive things when I travel, because I have lost luggage and things like that. And that feeling that I got was like, wow, they have no idea that they're about to lose a really high ticket sale. And it took me a long time and a lot of self-work and a lot of self-reflection to recognize that just because they're treating me like that doesn't mean that I have to internalize it and I shouldn't show them love, because really they're coming from their own insecurities when they're judging me by thinking there's no way she's going to buy something in this store. And so I think that there's so many things that are beautiful about this bag having a purpose for women, the me bag, and being luxury, and the fact that you went all over Europe to make sure that you were of the highest quality. And that highest quality is for the woman carrying it, not about the staple, not about that little brand. So it's such a beautiful thing. What inspired you to really say, I want it of the same quality as Gucci and Prada and all these luxury brands, but I want it to have purpose?
Yeah. I can see it's pretty twofold, right? I think that for myself, I went through my own journey of self-love, self-acceptance. I'm a single mom and had to maneuver through corporate America with my daughter, and I love, love, love her to death. And she's now actually a fashion stylist. So, she's kind of one of my partners in crime and help critique me and gets me on the right track. And then I wanted to make sure that when you are producing a product, you want to make sure that it has competitive positioning. And when I was thinking about different products of personalization or self-love, there may be necklaces, t-shirts. It was, so to me, I felt that there was a white space. There was an untapped market, because some people may think that carrying someone else's brand and having Gucci logos on top of their bag is a way of self-expression. But as actually, you're basically broadcasting or you're a billboard for Gucci. So when I decided that I created a mommy, I purposely put all the branding inside of the bag. I didn't want to put it on the exterior because I feel that that exterior is where I am honoring you as a person. And I like to say that these bags are taking on the personality of the wearer. So the way that I carry the me bag, Rachel, is going to be different than the way that you carry it. So it's really just using it as a vehicle or an extension of you.
I think that that is so beautiful. And it's exactly what luxury brands have been missing. So I just wanted to say thank you for that. It feels so much more inclusive. It feels like, just that the whole idea of being your best version of you and luxury representing the best parts of you, that you are luxury, it's not necessarily, that you're wearing Gucci, that you're wearing Louis Vuitton or carrying Louis Vuitton. You know what I'm saying? But that's what I really love about what you've done. I'm curious though, when you were studying all of these more famous types of names and houses, what did you discover that surprised you? Was it maybe how they produced things, or I'm just curious, was there anything that you were kind of shocked to find out?
So the biggest blessing I had is that I basically created my team, right? So I had a designer that worked for Celine. My product developer worked for Louis Vuitton for 16 to 18 years. So she was actually able to connect me directly to the vendors that are being used by the top players in the space. So that helped eliminate a lot of red tape. And what that also did, it helped build my credibility. So I was so happy that I was able to go to the tannery. And this one tannery had Louis Vuitton being produced right in front of my face. And they were showing me the leather that's used for Hermes, because there's a top tier leather that are used for the Hermes bags. And that was amazing. And then I went into one that was making Chanel bags. And I was like, oh my gosh, just to kind of immerse myself into this whole culture. So it wasn't even just the fact that I was like learning the whole process, but I learned that the art, the artisanship, the craftsmanship, the fact that the one is a family-owned business, has been around for 70 years. And he had different artifacts from his family members in terms of when they were building these different brands. So that is why I was like, look, I may not have heritage right now. I may not have legacy, but I am building pieces for building your personal legacy. And that's why I want them to be keepsakes as you go through these various chapters of your life. And I want them to be keepsakes that you can pass on to your generations to come.
Wow, that's amazing there. And I've loved everything that you've been saying, and with everything with the whole luxury brand, because it's something that we can all move forward with, feel good about ourselves. But as I've listened to the show here earlier, people were saying authentic. You use the word unapologetic, which is actually one of my favorite words for this year. So how has you designing this luxury handbag and all of the things that you've gone through helped you become more unapologetic in who you've become in your story?
I would say accepting who I am and accepting my rawness, accepting my imperfections. As a single mom, and I've worked at Disney, I've worked at Warner Brothers, I've worked with some very top companies, Fortune 500 companies. And in that experience, I used to come into those spaces and didn't want to tell the story that I am a single mom. Sorry, I have to leave at 4:00 because I need to make sure that I'm picking my daughter up from school. And I went through those whole experiences, didn't want to be stereotyped, didn't want to be typecast, just didn't want someone to make these assumptions of who I am. And then now having a daughter now who is working in fashion herself, working with some famous people, and now has her own fashion degree. that has been like one of my biggest accomplishments, which is her. And she knows I love her so dearly. And she's probably going to watch this and going to say, Mom, you're always talking about me. But she was actually my journey. And then when I realized that all of us have these level of insecurities, right? Because we're so busy thinking about what is this person, how is this person perceiving us? And not realizing that they also have insecurities. So us basically building a society and building that community of saying, hey, this is who I am. And I accept everything. And that's why I'm unapologetic, because I know that every experience in my life has shaped me for who I am today.
Very beautiful. Very, very beautiful there. Acceptance, I think, is a huge key to a lot of the things that we do. And when we have our own self-acceptance, then others can accept you more readily as you accept them as well.
Mhm.
All right, Miss Julianne, it seems like you have like another pressing question right there.
I have tons of pressing questions, but something that you said, Donna, about the self-acceptance, I think that really is important, especially when we are in those positions, working at Disney or these Fortune 500. You said something that I think will really resonate with a lot of the people that are watching today. Is like, you didn't want people to pigeonhole you and have like these ideas about who you were. Like being a mom is somehow makes you less of a businesswoman or something. And it's just these weird preconceived notions that we all buy into at least some of the time. And I'm curious, do you still find yourself from time to time kind of automatically believing these societal norms? And if so, how do you come back to being unapologetic about who you are?
Well, my daughter is so outspoken, and it's so funny as they become adults. I think that children get to a place of you are still that mother-daughter relationship, but at the same time you become like friends, right? Friends with limitations and restrictions, one would argue. But what she always says, she says, Mommy, I'm good. I'm good. Like she says, like anything, like if I had to work long hours or if I was obtaining my MBA, she says, I am good. I'm fine. Get over it. And when the person that I felt that I impacted the most tells me to say, get over it, I have to get over it, because that's the most important person in my life. That's the person that is my sun and I'm her earth and I revolve around her. So that is who gave me permission to just be who I am. And that's it. I mean, because you have to get to the point that if you are trying to grasp for acceptance from the world, you'll never be satisfied. And you'll never reach that point in which you are comfortable in your skin. So you kind of have to be unapologetic. You have to be at the point, because you'll be living in this bubble and you're just be stressed out and you're going to explode. And that's why I want to ultimately build this community, have a very philanthropic aspect of the business, partner up with organizations that, the LGBT community or someone with disabilities, and, someone that was basically pigeonholed and said, hey, you're not able to do this because you don't meet this particular criteria. And I'm like, yes, you do. You can accomplish anything you want to do in the world. And that's what I want to do, is build this global, multicultural community of individuals accepting each other based on our imperfections, based on our differences, and just based on the fact that we're all one of a kind.
We love it. I love it, because we are all unique and we are all one of a kind. And we have someone special here with us in the green room. She actually helped us kick off and she wants to jump on and say hello. So let's just welcome back to the stage, Alicia.
Hi,
Hello,
Alicia.
everyone. Hi, Ty. How are you? Thank you so much for joining us on Her Story Unfolding. Ty, the work that you are doing is incredible. I remember when I first walked past one of your purses and I literally said, does that say me? What is that all about? A celebration of self from the inside out. But through fashion is so refreshing, and it's so empowering, because oftentimes we can use fashion to try and express who we are in someone else's view. And I love that your purse and your collection is really about an expression of self within. And it's a great question to ask, like, me, who am I, right? And it's also a conversation starter. So we're just so delighted, Ty, that you are joining the Her Story Unfolding experience, celebration, and remembrance, because what you're doing with Amami, I practice my A's for that one, but it's truly remarkable, and how you're trying to help bring voices to those that are not seen, bring voices to help individuals celebrate who they are from within, in communities that oftentimes they were told who they should not be, is truly, truly remarkable. So just want to give you your flowers and say that we recognize you and we see you.
I appreciate it. I think we all should be operating in purpose, right? I feel like that our talents are God-given gifts. Those are how we serve. And I had to realize that my story is like my testimony. And there's so many testimonials we have. And when I was speaking to Alicia, I was telling her, like, there is someone that may be part of the trans community that struggled. And you have some influencer that becomes the voice of the voiceless. And then now they're actually helping and basically motivate someone who's dealing with those same issues, come and really accept and say, hey, Mom, I'm feeling a certain kind of way. How do I experience it? So what I want to do is really not only build the community, but also build a platform for us to be able to talk about some of the insecurities that we have as individuals, and build that community so we can help each other overcome them by providing support. We need support at the end of the day. And if you build support, that means that no one's going to come to you and say, and you're going to be able to repel everything that they say, because at the end of the day, you know who you are. And that's why being unapologetic is so crucial.
I love that. Thank you so much, Ty. It has been so wonderful hearing a little bit about who you are and how you are changing the world. And I'm just curious if there was anything else that you would love for the audience to know before we wrap up. What would that be?
I would say love yourself. And self-love is the best love, is the foundational love. So it doesn't matter what you wear. There's just adoring who you are inside, and realize that they're only extensions for who you are internally. So, and I say, stop being too judgmental of someone else. Accept people. So if I go into a store, if I am Julia Roberts and Pretty Woman, I don't need to go and bring Richard Gere back into the setting and say, hey, you better, treat me like I'm equal. Minus all the money in the world, we're all humans. Doesn't matter what's in our bank account, doesn't matter what we wear. But at the end of the day, I just want the person who likes the finer things in life to also be okay to be authentic within themselves.
Oh, I love that. I love that. The fashion is just using that as an extension of who we are and representing that on the outside. Thank you so much, Ty, for being here with us today.
I really do appreciate it.
You are inspiring. You are inspiring. I can't wait to get my bag. I'm so excited. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Bye.
Bye. I am so excited to bring forth our next guest, Alana Cahoon. Let's bring her to the stage. Welcome, welcome. I know that you've been backstage and commenting and following us today and throughout, the month, I'm sure. So welcome. We're so happy to have you here today.
It's wonderful to be here. Really delighted. And wow, what an act to follow. Love her. Amazing. Like, can I just go back and listen to that 5 million times to be inspired?
I love that. But here's the thing. Yes, she's inspiring, and so are you. So I would love for you to share a little bit about who you are and a little bit about your story.
I would love to. Thank you for this opportunity. So who am I? I am Alana, and I'm a mindfulness coach. Um, you know, I'm inspired to help women, to empower women to step into their beauty and their life purpose, both, not to give up one or the other, and to come with a sense of love, a sense of love. I personally love being a woman. I love femininity, but I've been through divorce and it rocked my world. I had to get, I call it my real job, my 9 to 5 job, which I ended up absolutely loving it. I came from the stage, from theater, to running a technology business incubator, which was just helping a bunch of techie guys take their ideas off the ground and become successful companies or not. And the challenge was to maintain my femininity in a leadership role amongst a lot of guys. And I think I did pretty well. And I think that's super important as we embrace our career path, whatever it is, to maintain our authenticity, to maintain our integrity, and to be ourselves and know that how we're showing up is exactly how we're supposed to show up. And no one's going to judge you for it. What I loved about watching both of the prior speakers is they were just coming from their heart and their belief system, and either you're going to resonate with that or not, and we really want to resonate and spread our love and our light and our wisdom and our expertise to everyone. And those who really need what we have to share are going to jump on board and join us.
That's so beautiful, Alana. You talk a lot about creation of abundance on your podcast. How did you go from the experiences that you've had to deciding that you wanted to have a podcast and share messages around abundance, for wealth, for mindset, and beyond?
Thank you, Alicia. So I have a degree in theater and I love being on stage. So podcasting is just like being on stage, and I'm also a coach. And so I love to help people. And it's no different. So I feel like I'm performing and helping at the same time. So for me, it's a no-brainer. I'm having a great time with that. And the creating abundance piece, so that's the title of my podcast. It's about creating abundant health, wealth, and happiness. Because I've found in life, you can be extraordinarily wealthy, but if you have disruption within, we are all seeking that inner peace to bring joy to the wealth. I would rather have more money than not, because it does bring external comforts. But in the end, it's that inner peace that I think we all need and want to cultivate, so that we feel safe in experiencing our wealth and being able to carry the companion bag, the me bag, and the love bag that Ty's created for us. So having your health as well as your wealth equals real happiness.
Very, very, very beautiful there. And you say a lot of things that really truly resonate. And I love everything that you've been doing with the podcast, because with wealth, it's not just personal wealth or money or finances. There's also a whole category of spiritual wealth as well. But then that flows into your health, because you can have a wealth of health. It flows into your relationships, which is all about abundance of love and everything. So how has those 3 things for you in your own story, the wealth, the health, the relationships, everything that you share and talk about, how does that really impact you and your story in sharing that message with others? Because we always go through our own transformations, even though we're helping other people.
All right. Thanks, Donna. When I went through a divorce, it was very, very stressful. I had a baby. I had to get that real job. And so I felt completely stretched. working all day, making sure my baby was safe, not wanting to let him go, and and going home, taking care of everything. And what I found that in addition to going through a stressful divorce, which is, I think, for all of us, it's not it's not a pleasant experience. It's not our first choice. I use the tools of spirituality, of faith, of love, of self-acceptance, of saying, okay, let's look at this. This is not happening to me. I'm in this. How do I nurture my soul? How do I take care of my health? Because if I don't take care of myself, how can I show up at work? How can I take care of my child? How can I move about life? And so some of those tools, the spiritual tools that I've loved, I brought back, I resurrected during those times, was meditation. Waking up every single day. I can't imagine a day without spending at least 5 or 10 minutes in silent meditation, with gratitude, being grateful for just being alive, to have, a house, or wherever you live, to have water, to have food, the basics. And then that balances out the stressful experiences, knowing that you could be worse, and to just say, okay, but here I am. How do I live with this gracefully? And really, it's about self-love and self-nurturing. Yeah.
Mm. The important thing that I'm hearing too is this idea of self-nurturing and self-love. I mean, it's been a theme throughout today, which, I just want to sort of highlight again. And I also want to highlight this idea that you have done, been, and experienced so many different things that wouldn't technically go together, like technology, and then there's spirituality, and then there's podcasting. I mean, there's all these different ways. But to me, that is the essence of abundance. Like, you don't need to limit yourself in any way, shape, or form. And I'm curious, with all of these iterations of who you've been and becoming into, has your idea of abundance changed and grown with time? And if so, what has expanded for you?
That's an interesting question. Thank you. I used to say there were 3 of me. I even had 3 websites. I had my singing website, my spiritual website, and then my marketing website. And that was a little bit too overwhelming. So I brought it all together. And so that really is saying that all of you is amazing. And how do you show up as your one whole, complete person? We all have creativity and imagination and joys and what we love in life. I had a roommate this weekend. We were at the podcast movement, and she just, she's got a big, full, robust family. And, family is so important. And so I think I would answer with, family always comes first. And I used to think, oh my gosh, how can I just, put family behind me a little bit so I can get up ahead? Family is so important to me because it's what fills my soul. And knowing that my family are happy and healthy are so enriching and important to me. That being said, I think it is a balance, right? Because we can't give up ourselves. And I know I have absolutely given up myself for my family, for my job, for others. And that's about creating safe boundaries. And so I think as a woman, and I find this with quite a few women, that we tend to be the nurturers and step in to volunteer and to do things and to say, okay, here's my boundary. I want to do this. Do I have the energy? Do I have the vitality to step into this role without tapping out all of my energy? So does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you so much. I just love how you brought everything in together. So thank you. And I know Rachel has a pressing question. So
Just trying to be patient, but throughout this conversation, I mean, so many important things have been brought up because, self-love is, of course, critical and key. But then you bring up the point of family. And because we are, a lot of us, going through different transitions and blossoming into the different version of us that we have to show up to be in that moment for whatever chapter we're in our life. Just like you left theater and went into tech, and that pulled out an entirely different version of you in that moment at that time. But I believe it's just so much of the multiple facets that we as women, it shows us what we're capable of. And I also think that regardless of what your relationship was or has been with family, family is kind of our foundation, right? And as we learn to love ourselves more, I believe we show up better and we love more our family, which is, in my opinion, similar to yours. It's everything. It really is everything, whether it be our children, whether it be our siblings, our parents. And no matter what, I find my relationship has been with all of those different people in the past. The more I love myself, the more I love them. And so I just am curious for someone who appears to mastered so many different things in life. Like, you have really inspired me in this conversation. So I just want to first and foremost say thank you, because it really has been impactful listening to everything that you're sharing, because it is in those depths of hardship that we really start to question things, and not just who we are through that divorce, but what type of mother am I going to be able to be? And I'm going to have to get that real job and leave my child. And is this going to affect my child? How will this affect the relationship I have with my child? Will they get to spend more time with their father than me? There's all of these different things that test us, and that mom guilt comes in. So I'm curious as to, throughout all of these different phases and processes, how you were able to stay strong and show up loving you so that you could show up loving your family.
Thank you for that question. In theater, I studied the classics. I studied in England for a year, and I'm forgetting the writer, but it was called Mother Courage, I want to say. And there was also, I'm going to go with that one. I think this is the story. And it's really about your child is in the middle, and another woman is saying it's her child and it's your child. And you can either rip the child apart or let the child go. And it really struck a chord with, wow, would I just jump in that circle and fight? That wasn't an option in this story. But so often, especially today, it seems that we do have this kind of almost a power play with our children. And most unfortunately, during some divorces and custody cases, and to always put your child first. What is in their best interest? And maybe it is fighting. Maybe it is fighting, and maybe it is really backing off and finding what's the mutual benefit for all beings. So how did I deal with it? How do we deal with it? Go within, spend that time with God, your higher power, whomever, whatever you believe in, that brings you to that sacred zone within you. And I touch my heart center. I think this is where our love is, this wealth of wisdom, our soul light. And the answers are all here. All of our answers are within us. If we can quiet our minds and the chatter and the fears and the what ifs and the wild imagination, whatever stories that start to be created, but to come inside and say, what is the best solution for me, for my higher well-being, and what is the best solution for the well-being of all those who are involved in this situation? So it's not just about the child. It's not just about the father. It's not just about you as the mother, but it's about all of you. And how do you bring all of that in place? And then you just use that same scenario in any scenario, whether it's at the workplace or with your extended family or your friendships, your circles, your community. And something I wanted to mention, I remember my husband's, I think it was an uncle who used to own a toy store. And when he passed, his wife took over, and she had no business experience at all, but she ran a family. And that's all she knew. That's all she had to know is how to run and manage her family with love and boundaries. And she used the children to help develop the next toy. So all kinds of opportunities and resources available to us, and it's all right there.
Oh, that's so beautiful. Something I keep hearing and thinking about this just keeps coming to me is this idea of asking better questions of ourselves and also respecting the answers that come through. It might not always be necessarily the first gut reaction, but to follow what our intuition is saying. And I want to bring it back to this idea of, you've done all these different things, but the through line that I see is this impact that you've been creating and leaving and as a legacy. And, you're doing this podcast now. And I really want to highlight that because your subject matter is so important. It's bigger than just the title. And I'm curious, when you decided, hey, this is how I want to show up and be of service to others, what kind of impact are you hoping that people receive or knowledge that they receive in order to make their lives better? Because I know that you doing the podcast is for impact. It is to share knowledge and wealth with people. So I'm curious, what kind of impact do you have in mind for them?
Thank you. So what I think is important for everyone to know is that you can move through hardships. And these very hardships are what are the stepping stones to your path to victory and to having abundant health, wealth, and happiness. It's through maybe getting sick and going through a difficult divorce, of having to switch your job, switch your home, switch your countries for that matter. It's these opportunities. So I love talking to people and asking them, first of all, how did they get inspired to get on the path they've gotten, and what challenges have they faced? And because it's real, we're all real, and I try to walk around with a happy face, and it's not even that I try. I think I'm optimistic by nature. I like being happy. It feels good, and I like making other people happy. But it's not all there is. I suffer. We all suffer. And it's managing and knowing that that's just part of life. And how do you manage? So I do always ask, what tools do you use? What did you use to get through that challenging time? How has that impacted who you are today and the choices you make today? So all of it's important. It's taken me years to accept that, trust me, because I really want life to be a lot easier. And I will often say, please give me gentler lessons. I will learn. Trust me. So that's the impact is that you can all do it. You can all create the life of your dreams, regardless of where you started. Whether you have any initial wealth, financial or spiritual or not, this world is wide open opportunity for you to step upon, play upon, and see what makes you tick, what makes you happy. Why go down a path that's going to be hard, but if you keep facing the same obstacles, that's saying, okay, let's see, maybe it's not the path for me.
Now, I think that that's such a wonderful way to put it too. And also, I kind of feel like sometimes we keep getting the lesson until we get the lesson, whatever that may be. I'm curious too, in this world, especially as a woman and, as a mother, and you've played all these different roles. there's this idea of balance, and it seems like there's this conversation out there that, can you have it all? Can you really have all the things? And I'm curious if you think it's possible to be abundant in all areas at the same time.
Sure, why not? Excuse me. I think that we can bring abundance. Of course, I didn't bring water right now. Isn't that? Give me one moment here and chat amongst yourselves.
No problem at all. Welcome back, Parisa. We're so glad to have you here again.
Thank you, thank you. I actually had to go off screen to make sure I had some water because I was constantly clearing. I'm like, okay, what is this? It must be the LA rain. That's a little odd at this time of year, but here we are.
Yeah, so bringing abundance all together at the same time takes a level of awareness, mindfulness. So bringing mindfulness into your daily life. So I teach meditation, and I call meditation is sitting on the cushion in silent contemplation where you quiet the thoughts in your mind. Mindfulness is taking that wisdom and silence and awareness into the rest of your life. And how this helps you to become abundant in all manners of life, it allows you to see the opportunity. Whether it's a beautiful hawk flying across the sky that just reminds you of the awe and wonder of life, or it's overhearing a conversation that you can step in and be of service to, or of reading something online on these amazing social media platforms that is exactly what you're looking for. But when we're busy, lost in the chaos or the stories in our head, we miss these opportunities. So that's one way that the mindfulness brings you into the present moment. The other is, as far as family goes, it allows you to be fully present, to really listen to your child, to listen to your spouse, your partner, to hear what's going on, the subtext, what's really going on underneath the words. And that's a good old theater trick too. And to pay attention to what's going on with your money. It's really important. I didn't value money for years. And suddenly I realized, I have to be responsible for myself. Very different from what I was taught through my parents. So bringing that awareness and saying, I'm in charge of my purse strings. How am I budgeting? How am I investing? Am I earning what I am worth? And if not, how do I shift that's aligned with my soul?
I'm going to give Parisa 1 sec, but I have to make a comment really quick. And that is that, there's a million ways to make money. So I love this idea of it honoring who you truly are in your soul as well. So I just want to say thank you for saying that, because it's I think it gets overlooked. We get so caught up in the day-to-day being, like doingness of life, that sometimes we forget about the being. Anyway, Parisa, I know that you're just joining us now, but I'm sure you have a question that is burning.
I do. I've been listening along this entire time. And again, I'm going to second what Julie just said. With bringing and presenting the money portion, conversation, the significance, like really evaluating what am I wanting to bring in? Is that reflecting my value? What do I see in my bank account? Like really just allowing yourself to sit with the honesty of that. I think one of the most powerful things each woman can do, and I encourage women to continue to do. But my question has nothing to do with that. As I was listening, something you mentioned a little earlier about part of your experiences being in formerly in the tech space and being around a bunch of men and just being in that male dominated, what I would call or consider more of an abrasive transactional kind of space. I am in that space right now. I never thought I would be. And I am really grateful that it has allowed me to play within all of the edges that I never expected that I would play within. And I'm on a male dominated team. I'm the only woman on my team. And I have found that if I'm going to do things that feel right for me in that space, and I'm going to do things that feel aligned for me, I get to do them my own way. But that's taken a lot of conscious effort, a lot. And I'm not the only woman in the tech space, right? There's a lot of us, not as many as men, but there are a lot of us. So I would love to hear what you would have to say with women in the tech space and being around a lot of men and it being very, very contrasting at times energetically. What would you say to women? What would you say to me in that space to allow us to embrace the space more so we can actually serve with greater impact in our immediate spaces and then obviously expand it as well? Like, what would you say? How can we embrace that even more in our own way, whatever that way may be?
Okay. So, congratulations, and stay within your power and your feminine nature. I would really say that. Embrace who you are, because just because a man is a man, he doesn't want you to be a man. He really doesn't. He wants you to be a woman. They really crave to have feminine energy. They really, really do. And even if they're, I'm not sure if they're being all guys, I'm not sure what kind of industry exactly the tech world is that you're in. They are all raised by mothers and have sisters for the most part. And so they do value your opinion, which is going to be different. And that's the voice that is needed in the tech world. So I have a client who's become a very dear friend, and she's in the tech world. Gosh, 20%, 80%, if that. And she's an engineer, and she was managing 10 men when we worked together. And she said, I want to maintain my credibility. I want them to respect me. I want to honor them, but I want to rise up. And today she's leading 1,000 men. And, does she work harder? I hope not. My intention is to help her bring balance into her life. And actually she does. She's told me that she does. Be good at what you do. Be good at what you do. Believe that you have done your homework and that you are ready to present, and know that you are just as good as every other person in the room. And if you're sitting at a conference table and there's any sense of intimidation, pretend there's somebody else, pretend they're a bunch of squirrels, another theater trick. So, just pull out of your pocket what's going to work for you. Imagine they're your family. Imagine they're people you love. The other tool to use is really come from your heart. I like to say, use your mind, your heart, and your gut. And all three of these together will help you to make wise choices and to show up as a powerful human being. Another thing is start your day with a theme song, your theme song that's going to get you pumped up, ready, and say, I am. Someone was playing her, I don't know, I think her phone rang and it was a Beyonce tune, like, this girl is on fire. I think that's her song. I'm like, yeah. It's like whatever works for you to be yourself, but trust and know they need you there. Your voice is so important. And maybe if you're in a community of men who are not willing to stroke your ego or say that's great, and they might ignore you, know, just as a little child, they're absorbing it. They're absorbing it and they need it. And to trust in yourself and receive your own love and recognition.
That is the most powerful advice ever. Thank you. I was taking notes on what you said. The piece about, if they're not acknowledging or recognizing, it's because they're absorbing it. They're needing that, the little child is needing it. And I've come into that awareness with myself. I'm like, you know what? Just because they may not, I hope they're not listening. If you are, hi. I am myself in every space, so this would not be new to them as well. But I realized, like, I didn't think I ever needed their validation, and I don't. It's more that I get to remind myself that I'm good at what I do, exactly what you had just said. that just be good at what you do and have confidence in that. And that's kind of where I came within myself. I'm like, you know what? I'm not needing the validation, but I thought maybe I might need, no. I'm actually good. I'm good. I just be good at what I do, focus on my contribution, on my responsibilities, on being accountable for myself. And that's all I need to do. I've fulfilled that. So thank you so much for that. That was so fulfilling. Thank you.
It is. And I'm dying to ask this question because now it's talking about this energy, the female energy versus the male energy. And I work in a space where a lot of my male energy comes out. How can this is where I struggle. I don't want to be like that all the time. I'm curious what you would recommend to somebody such as myself that wants to return to that feminine energy and just like lead from that space instead of taking on, because it just comes kind of naturally, which is okay. I'm not trying to say there's anything wrong with that, but I want to be more the feminine. And how can I bring that forth when I notice myself automatically out of habit going into the male energy?
Okay, so first of all, I want you to know that you look so beautiful and feminine in my eyes. And so that's how I perceive you. I also perceive you as bold and courageous for showing up and speaking and sharing your voice. And both are beautiful and they complement each other. So that's first. Second, costume. You know, I'm wearing pink. And when you wear, this is what works for me. When I wear certain clothes, they make me feel a certain way. If I wear a suit jacket, I'm going to feel more masculine. And so I tend not to wear them. And if I do wear a suit jacket, I'm going to wear this. This is right. So something floral and pink and more feminine underneath to bring that balance. The other part is that's really about self-love. And I think as we step into more of a work element and we're working hard, it almost drains our feminine beauty away from us. It feels that way. Like I can't tell you how many times I don't feel beautiful. I have to tell myself my whole life. I have to tell myself you are beautiful. In fact, what really works for me is I am beauty. I am beauty. I am beauty. So that's almost like an essence. It's not something external. It's not something I'm trying to be, but it's something that's within me. And that beauty is just as powerful and potent as that flower that was talked about earlier in the author who spoke earlier today. It's that blossoming and allowing your beauty to blossom like a flower. And that's a beautiful meditation too. So to feel that, positive affirmations, mantras, I am beauty, I am beauty, I am a flower. And you can be that, you can be all of that, and then step into your masculine nature as well and be your feminine, powerful beauty. Does that help?
It really does. Yes. And also just that the beauty part too is, and what I'm hearing also is being bold doesn't mean masculine. Having a voice doesn't mean masculine. And I think that that's important for women to really hear. It's okay to have a voice. It doesn't make you any less beautiful.
And what I absolutely love, Alana, is that you've been having and sharing this beautiful balance between a masculine and a feminine. And it's very much of an intricate dance between the two, because I can show up in the world like this, but still stand in my power, still be in my femininity. And one of the things, and one of the points here that you've been talking about is about honoring your soul, asking yourself the questions, knowing what is important to you. Because when you go inside and you ask yourself those questions to get those answers, then you know those steps that you need to take out in the world. And one of the questions that I often ask myself is, what decisions do I need to make to be in alignment with my soul's purpose? What I'd like to know from you, though, is what questions do you ask yourself for you to know what action steps to take out into the world?
Yeah, great question. How can I serve? Through all of the challenges I've experienced in my lifetime, all the wisdom gained, all the tools I've collected, and all the achievements, how do I share that in a meaningful way, not in a narcissistic way, but in a way that is going to support everyone? And, I love to empower women. I think it's very important. I really want to open men's eyes up too and allow them to open their hearts, because their hearts really need that support as well. So it's really asking every morning, how can I serve? How can I use my time wisely? Is this moving, if I'm working on a project, whether it's my next book or a program, is this moving in a direction that's going to serve people, and how? Does it make sense? How did it serve me? When I was going through this, how did it work for me? And then talking to people, asking, right? We ask each other, what do you need? What do you need? What do you need? What do you want? And how can you get that? And it's, when you ask someone what they need, it's almost always surprising. And what you need and what you want are sometimes very different, but often complementary. So if I said today, what do I need? I need time. What do I want? To relax. How am I going to feel when I get what I need and what I want? Really good. So then how can I just feel really good all day? If that's the ultimate from when I get what I need and want, right? So how do I ask everyone else? I've heard being in a man's world, in the tech industry, what do you want? I want to be me. I want to be heard. I want to be recognized. And how are you going to feel? I'm going to feel worthy and respected. So how do you walk around already feeling worthy and already feeling that respect, that self-respect? Which reminds me, another really, really important thing, for both men and women, but we're talking about women for the Her Story Unfolding here. Surround yourself with women who will give you that. Surround yourself with women who are like-minded, whether that's a mastermind group, a yoga group, whatever that is, a couple of girlfriends that you can get together on a regular basis and support each other, so that you can say, what I need is respect, and you get it. And then you give the same to everyone, because most likely, if that's something that's missing in your life, it is missing in many, many, many other women's lives too. You were never alone in this. And it might feel like a lonely game, but it's not.
Surround yourself with women that are like-minded. Yes, and yes. I love that you shared that balance here. And I think balance is a tricky word to use often. And I often look at my schedule each day, and I'm like, okay, I've got these Zoom calls with these guys and, said developers, and we're working on this, and it's all about execution and troubleshooting and more execution. And I can feel on fire because getting things done, being productive, seeing this vision come to life. And I'm in more of the emerging tech, so blockchain and AI and things like that. So it's a very interesting space to be in. And I've found that my balance is being here, literally right here, not necessarily on camera, but here with like-minded women. It is such a different world, and it's my balance, because I can show up as myself. And I know that Julianne's going to show up as herself, and any of the other women that are going to hop on, they're just showing up as themselves. And we are so like-minded so naturally. And I wanted to presence that what you just shared, just the power of being around those that are like-minded. You get to just exhale and take a full breath again, and really embrace the fullness of the moment. And that's what continues to keep us going, right? I mean, things are challenging. Life is challenging. And so, I think it's something we don't often present enough. We don't often allow to be enough of a priority because of all of the things that are going on in life. So really appreciate you bringing that forward, because I definitely received that fully. I received that reminder. I even wrote it down, continue to plug into the like-minded women around me. So thank you.
You are welcome. Yeah, very important.
It is very important. And something that I think too, for a lot of people who are watching, is this whole idea that I think is so past tense now about women backstabbing and all that. That's not my experience ever anymore. I maybe when I was a kid, but I never have that experience anymore. It's not like that for me. And it doesn't have to be for anybody else who's out there either. It does depend on who you are surrounding yourself with. And speaking of surrounding yourself with, you are a coach, and I'm a coach, and I appreciate coaching. I think it's so important. I mean, even the greatest of the great have coaches because they understand the value of that. And the reason why I'm bringing that up is because, we're talking about surrounding ourselves with like-minded people, but how important is it to have a coach and to have mentors and to have people to aspire to be like? How important is that to get us from where we are now to where we want to be?
I always have at least two coaches. I have my business coach, I have my spiritual guide or coach, and mentors. So important to surround yourself with support. Healers need healing. Coaches need coaching. We need each other. But what I have to comment how beautiful that this organization, Los Angeles Tribune, has created this beautiful opportunity for women to unite and to feel safe together. When I was backstage before I came on, I was like, oh my gosh, I don't know these people. And I thought, God, they're all my girlfriends. You guys are just all my girlfriends, right? We're all here to share and to support one another, to lift one another up. And and I also recognize that it's not as vicious as it has been in the past. And we are all out there experiencing the same thing. So coaching, a coach is someone who can bounce your ideas off of, who will help you to see more clearly. Really, it's about clarity, gaining that clarity and confidence and support and accountability. I'm ambitious by my nature. I'm also a free spirit, so I can go out and play and forget about my responsibilities. So I really need to have that accountability coach to say, okay, Alana, where are we today? How far have you gotten? Where are you in this, in your financial goals or your spiritual goals or your health goals? So all of these things are really important. And coaches, I work with coaches, coaches work with me. And it's a beautiful way to share your gifts and to help people be aligned with their soul so that they're not chasing rainbows that end to nowhere, but rainbows that are going to burst open and become that abundance of health, wealth, and happiness.
I absolutely love it, Alana. And thank you so much for being here with us today and sharing all of your tips and all of your wisdom, all of your golden nuggets. It's been such a pleasure having you here with us. Real quick, one sentence, last closing words for you.
You are worth it. Self-care equals empowerment today. Self-care equals empowerment.
I love it. Self-care equals empowerment. I'm going to write that down here in just a moment, and I'm going to glue that to my computer so I see it every day. So thank you so much for being here.
Thank you very much. It's been an honor to be with all of you.
All right, Julie and Parissa, we have our next guest ready to come up. But before we do, let me just ask each one of you, we've been here all day for the last couple of hours. What has the day so far meant to you, and what have you learned?
I'll go. You know, I just feel so inspired and empowered. And I feel this sisterhood that working from home and by myself, I sometimes don't get to have. I kind of, the person I spend the most time with is my dog. So just to be around such powerful, inspiring people has been absolutely a blessing. And just to see possibility and to just focus on being grateful once again has been absolutely amazing. And anytime I get to spend with you, Parisa, is always wonderful. I adore you. So I'm just happy to be here.
Sending you a hug, Julie. That's like the most like honoring and uplifting thing I could hear ever, truly. Because I feel like, I mean, I'm by myself and 80% of the day on Zoom or working on my laptop, and my conversations are with myself. I no longer have a dog. So, I can totally appreciate what you're sharing, what you're saying. And it's these moments getting able to like actually have real-time conversations that are productive and nourishing. They're everything. So to answer you, Donna, what has the day meant and what have I learned? I have learned more so something that's a reminder, and that's there's nothing that qualifies the validity of your story. Nothing. There's no qualifier. The fact that it's a story and it's yours is the qualifier. And it reminds me so much of something that so many women have shared with me over years and years and years of being in women's leadership, either in ministry or in different leadership spaces with women, is that women will say, you have to have this big thing you've overcome, or you have to have this big monumental moment or these massive accolades and achievements to have your story be worthy of shared and being told and spread and to be featured. And my thing is like, no, like I'm just a normal human as well, just like you. What is normal anyway? How about we're just humans? And that hearing everyone share their realness and that their moment that they're sharing about, or their business that they're sharing about, that they're so proud of and that we get to honor and celebrate right now, has come from that place of reflection, has come from that journey, that real human journey. And so it's allowing just this presence to be like, hey, actually, like this is important enough to share because you're a human, because you're a woman. And that's actually the qualifying factor. And that's that. So
I love that. And I love both with what you guys have said with that. And one of the things that I learned early on is, and I love the name of this show, Her Story, because your story is my story, but it's your story and her story and this person over here, because we are all interconnected with our stories. So I'm going to bring up here to the stage Miss Jeannie Sykes. I'm so excited to have her on with us because now we get to listen to Jeannie's story. So share with us your story.
Well, first of all, I want to say I'm so glad somebody has dogs because I too work on Zoom all the time, and my dog is a boss. So she may barge in here and bark at all of us. So I'm Jenny Sykes, and I am a journalist and a stand-up comic. So a little bit different from my career path's kind of different, but I would say that my big motto is adaptability and flexibility, because I made a big career switch. So, and how much do you want me to tell you of my story?
As much as you would love. We want to hear everything about you, and we want everyone who's watching to be inspired.
All right. Well, I knew I wanted to be a writer since I was in 5th grade. And as an adult, I found my diary. I grew up in Wisconsin, and it said, I'm going to go to school in the South, and then I'm going to move to New York or LA and write about music. And I never thought of, I never remembered I even wrote it. I found it as an adult, and I went to school in Missouri. I moved to LA, and then I went to grad school in New York. And so I lived on both coasts. And I've been a journalist for years. I was an editor at Mademoiselle. I worked at MTV, and I I was focused initially in my career on entertainment. And I interviewed people like Harrison Ford, Nicolas Cage, Jeremy Irons. And then at some point I was like, these people were fascinating, but I was like, oh, how awful to have someone following you asking, what do you do? What do you do? You know, so I wanted to do something different. And my mother called me from Wisconsin and said that the dairy princess, this is sad, the dairy princess had been strangled by the homecoming queen over the love of a local farm boy. So I went out there and I quit my job to go freelance. And I went out there and I covered that story, which, as ridiculous as that description sounds, was a tragedy. It was a very small town and everybody knew everybody. And that led me down a very different career path. I focused on youth violence and reproduction rights. I worked at MTV and their True Life series, which so we would do, like going on a girl's, the first time a girl has a GYN exam. I mean, we didn't show it, but what her experience was. The first time a young boy got a HIV test, getting reproduction, getting birth control. So then after that, I wrote a book about a year I spent with girl gangs in Los Angeles, San Antonio, and New York. And that was life-changing because we think we don't have, especially if we're raised a certain way, like a middle-class way, we think we would have nothing in common with these people. And the thing is that, girls who are in gangs and living in their community, their families love them. They celebrate things like birthdays and prom. And so it was very eye-opening for me to see not the differences as much, but the similarities.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the differences is the lack of a lack of things that are available to them. So I did that, and that led to working for MTV and doing documentaries. And a couple of years ago, I did a documentary called Equal Means Equal with Patricia Arquette and the activist director Kamala Lopez, that was really eye-opening because the Equal Rights Amendment, what we found, so the Equal Rights Amendment, a lot of young women thought had passed. Mm-hmm. And for instance, we interviewed a police officer, a female captain, and she thought it had passed. And so we did this documentary to let people know that women are not equal constitutionally, not legally equal to men. And then a few years ago, I retired and decided I wanted to do a completely different thing. And I wound up taking a storytelling class, and a friend of mine saw me perform and said, I think you should do stand-up comedy. And I'm like, I really don't want to do that. And I have no performing background. And in the 80s, I was kind of on the periphery of the comedy scene because I was an entertainment editor. And it was so brutal. The men were so mean to each other. Mm-hmm. And if you were a woman, you had to basically tell self-deprecating jokes. Mm-hmm. And the male jokes were all about, oh, women smell, women do this, women do that. Like it was so, but the scene has quite changed. I mean, I'm a woman over 60, and it's people of color, women. I mean, it's really opened up. And can it change further? Yeah, it can. But it was a delight to get into something I never, ever thought about. So my whole thing about career is just be able to pivot sometimes.
First of all, my husband's a stand-up comedian, so I understand firsthand. Wow. Okay. Snaps, props. That is not easy to do.
Where do you live, Julie?
In Orange County, California. So it's definitely a beast of a thing. But something that comes up to me that I'm curious about is you went from entertainment news, which is easier to digest, to these hard-hitting stories. how are you able to tell the story without taking on all of the negativity that you were sharing in order to help change the world? Because that's, I mean, I've worked in places where there's just so much negativity. It was really hard for me. I'm curious how you were able to not let that change you in a horrific way.
That is a great, great question. I'll talk about the book because that was where I was dealing with teenagers it was very violent, and I was very intimate with them. I mean, I was hanging out with them for months at a time. And it was weird because I would go home and I'd be with my husband at the time. I mean, we're ex, and I would try to share with him what had happened. And my way of sharing is actually to do it with humor. And he did not like that. He's like, this is really horrific stuff. And I was processing it. And it's interesting because I think as a journalist, you develop a sort of persona. Like I would never go into a gang neighborhood and go, hey, do you want to talk to me, if I was being Jenny Sykes? But but I had an assignment. I had a deadline. So that fueled me. I also, there's a distance you have to do. You have to distance yourself a bit because you don't want to cry while these girls are telling you their stories. I mean, you've got to empathize without being overly emotional. Mm-hmm. So what I would do, I think I distanced myself. And then when I sat down to write it, I had to do the reverse, which is to bring the emotion up. And that was harder. That was harder because I had suppressed it so much. And the other thing about it is, when you write these sort of stories, it's hard for someone to read them unless there is hope, unless there's some hope. And in the case of the book, a lot of people, I've been interviewed a lot afterwards about what happened. And I'm happy to say that almost all the girls that I focused on got out of gangs and were able to live good lives, But it's interesting because then I started to do a lot of pieces on serial killers and crime. And that was really depressing because the most depressing was interviewing the victim's family. Mm-hmm. So I have moved away from that for that reason. But the idea of telling stories is, you guys, I think is such a great focus because we do it. I mean, mankind does it to put, to make order out of chaos. We have to give some meaning to this life. So telling stories, I think, is it's the biggest blessing one could possibly have.
I'm going to jump in here real quick. That something you had just mentioned about when you're interviewing these girls, to not, to have empathy, but not to be overly emotional so that, it's taking away from that space that you're creating for them to share.
Right.
And when you're going into writing the piece, fully allowing yourself to immerse yourself in that moment of their share and go and like I literally have chills as I'm saying this to you and speaking right now, because I think that what a beautiful opportunity that you got to experience a format to have that sequential process, because how often do we get to apply that to our own lives? How often do we actually do that? And how much could we connect more to ourselves if we did that?
Also, and how much we could connect to our loved ones. Sometimes, somebody, a coworker or a loved one or something will share something with you. And if you go down the path of weeping with them, that may serve a purpose. But another way of, dealing with it is to try to remain empathetic, but not breaking down. And, so being a journalist has taught me so many life skills, especially listening, and listening will help you no matter what you do. So, and curiosity. And I think Well, I mean, I think I'm too curious. Like sometimes people are like, "Can you quit asking me questions?" um, but I think curiosity, asking questions, empathy are all good things in life and in business.
I used to work in addiction recovery, so I came from
Oh
a
my gosh.
space where I've heard so many traumatic stories, things that you hear about in the news that you don't think are actually real until somebody's telling you about their experience. So I appreciate you being able to share other people's stories so that they can be known in order to help change the world. So I just want to say thank you for that. But my question is not anything to do with that. It has to do with this idea of pivoting. And you've always been a storyteller. You've always, like you said, been curious and asked questions, and been able to pivot with each, I don't know, phase in your life, which I think is absolutely amazing. Do you think that there's a part or one position that you've had that is a little bit more vulnerable for you to be out there? Because I know being on stage as a comedian can be extremely vulnerable, but when you're writing and you're trying to honor somebody else's story, that can be too. I'm curious what has been the most challenging for you and how you've been able to put yourself out there anyway.
Okay, I just have to address what you said about working with people in addiction, because I have had addiction in my family, and so I've spent a lot of times like in rehab, and I've also covered it. But comedians, when I joined the comedy world, I was like, oh my God, I will never complain about my family again. The things that these people come from. I mean, it's child abuse, addiction, like horrible things, and they are able to turn it into, humor. So that's been, boy, talk about being humbled. You're like, oh, I had a hard life, and then you find out what a real hard life is like. The pivoting, what you're asking about, how hard it is to pivot, some of that has to do with technology, because I'm older, and so I started in print, and then I moved. Some of it was, I got asked by MTV to come in to audition. They were looking for a host, and they wanted somebody who was coming from a print background. This is years ago. But it's funny, when I auditioned, they told me, they didn't tell me, they told someone that they really liked me, but I was too exotic. I was like, well, now look at what, now look at what the, but anyway, I kind of had like a lot of opportunity. For instance, when I moved to MTV, I got trained there to do a different technology, to go into TV. Same, I worked at PBS. I was trained there. But I mean, I worked at Voice of America Radio, and they were still splicing, audio. They would still splice the tapes and tape them together, which is so, 1960s. So, keeping up with the technology was a big challenge, and one I think we all have to do. So yeah, I'm trying to think what was the hardest. Social media. I'm still like struggling with being able to make videos. So much depends in my field, not journalism, but that even too, but comedy, you have to make these little reels, and I just, it drives me a little crazy, but I'm learning.
I like that it's something that other people might take for granted, and that you just sort of gloss over all these huge things. Everybody else is like, over. But I appreciate the honesty, because I can relate to that. And it's interesting because you bring up this point about, other people's stories and like really being humbled. It's fascinating to me how the more trauma somebody's experienced, they're like, yeah, but it's not as bad as so-and-so. And it's always been like that. It's almost like this trauma comparison where we just, and I think women do this in general a lot, is like, oh, it's not that big of a deal. so-and-so has this to deal with, so-and-so has that. And we never really fully appreciate. So I just want to give you your flowers and acknowledge the fact that you have done all of these amazing things and still been able to keep your humor, because a lot of people lose that. So I just wanted to say thank you.
You have to, and especially in, and I mean, for everybody now, but my career path was, because I quit a job to become freelance. So everything was, hustle, hustle, hustle. And I think a lot of young people have that now. I mean, there's not a lot of stability. So I think a good attitude goes a long way, and not to compare yourself to people in any way, bad or good, because like with comics, it's very easy to say, oh, look at where that person is, look at where that person is. And all that, it does absolutely nothing to help you. Nothing, So, yeah. What else is there in life but to be positive? Because the alternative kind of doesn't do you any good.
I'm loving how Rex, by the way, is like just giving you flowers in the comments. It's honestly so awesome to see this like really sincere camaraderie but just with such honesty, and not just like throw out like the flowers, but be like, no, it comes from this beautiful, rich, gritty place, and really honoring your strength as a woman. Rex, thank you. I love this.
What I love about my brother, Rex is my brother, and we grew up like, it wasn't like we were real close as kids. Like we fought like crazy. But we've always been really supportive of each other's careers. And he really is so generous that way. He has always, whatever I did, he would, put it out there to other people and tell people about it. And so we're very blessed that way.
I love that. Also, I want to mention one quick, you said about adaptability. The thing that, as Julian asked you, what helped you adapt is the technology, learning the technology. I would have never assumed that to be something that was that empowering. And it's a great reminder for me, because I tend to be very resistant to learning new things all the time in terms of technology. And I embrace it in my own pace. Okay. I'm resistant though. I will acknowledge that. But you just saying that it empowers that adaptability. Okay. I'm done resisting. Like hands down. No.
I totally relate to what you said, because let's just spill it all. I have severe ADHD, like really bad. And so learning a new thing, I hate it. I hate reading instructions. I hate looking at videos that tell me how. And so I just have to know that that's who I am, and just, okay, I'm going to take a day. It's going to take me a day of reading instructions to do one video, but I know I'll get better. But yeah, I mean, I don't see how you could not learn it,
Mm-hmm. Oh, super powerful. Super powerful. Welcome back, Rachel. Glad to have you back with us.
Hi, Rachel.
Thank you so much. This has been fascinating. As I was listening in on the background, it's such an honor to be here with you, Jeannie. And of course, we all know and love your brother so much, but I love seeing him giving you flowers and being so genuine in the comments. Like, that is what family is about. Earlier, we were talking about the importance of family, and that it just rings true to everything we were speaking of. So love seeing it. It's so heartfelt and warm for me. I don't think my brother has ever given me a compliment like that. So it feels good to see someone else getting them, for sure.
My brother has a lot of making up to do for childhood.
Too funny. That's why, Rick.
I will just tell you one anecdote. When I was really little, my brother had fangs, how like little boys sometimes, or girls, and we used to watch horror movies, and he bit me. I don't know if he really bit me or pinched me. And he said, now you're a vampire. You have to go out and bite other people. And I totally believed him. And so one night I tried to get out of the house. I had a towel, and I was trying to bite people. And then he told my mom on me. And so I like, he made me do it. So he owes me flowers.
I love that. I think that's so funny. And, I had a brother as well growing up, and unfortunately he's passed, but it was one of those things where he got me to do the craziest thing. So I completely appreciate that. But the thing that I'm curious about too is, you're hearing us say and acknowledge him giving you compliments and genuine acknowledgement of who you've become and what you've been through. Do you receive it though? Because I think that a lot of us, when we have, I mean, I'm looking at you and I can see how you're talking about your accomplishments, like, yeah, as opposed to really understanding the impact that you've created in the world and the legacy that you're leaving. I don't think you fully see it because you're in it and it's you. So are you able to actually receive that kind of and see it in yourself? Like, yeah, you know what? I've been pretty awesome. I've done some pretty awesome things.
Again, great question. Where I've seen it is when I did my book, there was a boy, he wasn't in the book because I was writing about girls, but he was going to prison for murder. And I wrote him for probably 16 years. And I sent him books. I was just in touch with him all that time. And he got out, eventually got out, and he's become like law-abiding, has a life. And that always, that when I hear from people that that meant a lot to me. I hear from people that I've written about or something, or that they read the book and it resonated. So I do feel that. And yesterday I was on a podcast and they were reading like an introduction. And I said, wow, my resume makes me sound more successful than my actual life. But I mean, I have done it. I have done it, and I am proud of it. But of course, yeah. I mean, I think, yeah, I have done it, but I think we always have it to know, I want more. And so, yeah, but thank you for saying that. I appreciate you being also supportive. And I'm so thankful right now for the women I have in my life, because I've met so many women in comedy. And we met on Zoom because a lot of this happened in COVID. Mm-hmm. And then I've now met them in person, and they're all fabulous and they're so supportive. It's just a wonderful experience. And just like talking with you guys, this is really cool. And Julie, I can't believe you married a comedian, but
and also a professional swing dancer. So he's he's got many talents.
Wow. Does he have a brother?
Not anybody that you'd want. I hope neither one of them is watching. But as a trailblazer yourself, it's kind of hard to, when you're creating the wave, when you are the one that's leading the way, which I've seen you do. I mean, just from the little that you've shared, I see that you've created this wave. How do you find someone to look up to, and who do you kind of who inspires you?
God, there's so many people. I mean, on a well-known celebrity scale, like someone like Tina Fey, because Tina Fey is not just a comedian; she was the head writer on SNL. She wrote Mean Girls. She's not just somebody who's getting up. Well, great. I mean, more power to her if she can tell jokes, but she can do so much. Of course, when you say this, I can't think of anybody. Jane Goodall is another one. But even like, I find people to admire all the time. Like in the comedy scene, there's a woman I know named Susan Ware, who's I think 78, 79 years old. And she's been doing comedy about 8 years, and she's fantastic, absolutely fantastic. Like, and I'm like, she's my idol. I'm not far behind her, but I'm like, yeah, so, I can do this. There's no shortage of people to admire. That's for sure.
Rachel, did you have a question? I don't want to leave you out. We got you on mute still.
No, I am just curious, like, you know, this transition into comedy at this stage. You know, obviously you have to innately have some of that in you, right? And I can see the camaraderie with you and Rick, obviously. I think that you already had that in you, but making it to this and really focusing on it, what brought you, and I apologize if you already discussed this, but what brought you to really go in on that direction? Because
I had no interest in doing it, none. And I never thought about it, just nothing. And I had mentioned before, though, I had taken, well, when I retired, or left my last job, which was, I was working as a production supervisor for Disenchantment, which was Matt Groening's last television show. I don't know, it wasn't his last, but he's the guy who does The Simpsons anyway. So when I got done, I said, what can I do that I've never done before? And I tend to do this, like I had this, sorry, I'm digressing, but I had this fellowship at Stanford University for journalists, and it was an intellectual sabbatical where you could take any course on campus. So I took human dissection, but just because I was like, well, what could I not take? So I was thinking, what can I do that, that I don't like to do? And so that I don't have a performance background. So I thought, okay, I'm going to do something performing. So I did this storytelling class. Then this friend of mine saw me and convinced me to take a comedy workshop. And I said, I do not want to do this. I don't want to do this. I have no interest, but I'll do it because I like you. And that's the only reason I did it, was him, because he and his wife were doing it. And it just, once I did it, then it was like, oh my God, this is the best kind of writing. Like, it's always been hard for me to write as a journalist, but, oh, I see. Okay. I always wanted to write as a journalist, but I never liked doing it. It was always hard. And I love writing comedy.
Wow, I absolutely love that. You've excelled at it. Congratulations I just love listening to you because there's so much. I'm super ADD also, and I always have like 10 million ideas, right? Like so many of us that are like doers, we just jump all in. We don't even allow ourselves the time to think about what consequences might come. But we know that we show up with our heart in the right place every single time, and we just keep going. And even if that turn is nowhere we ever expected, because I have said so many times, some of the things that I'm doing now, I was like, if 5 years ago, I would have been like, you're crazy. There is no way. And then you find that you're like, oh my gosh, I love this. It feels so good. Like, this is really what I'm meant to be. Yeah. In that moment.
Yeah.
So thank you for inspiring each and every one of us today, because I know that even in the background, there's been some chat going on. But I just want to personally say that I've loved hearing your story. I have already placed a mark to order your book and so much more. So I just want to keep seeing you. I want to visit you at the Laugh Factory, standing up there performing.
Love you all. You guys were great.
I actually have a really quick question for you too. I mean, we've talked about your book, but I don't remember actually hearing the title. So
it's called 8-Ball Chicks, like an 8-ball. And then it's like, yeah. My brother.
That is amazing. That title is unforgettable. You hit the nail on the head. That's amazing. I cannot wait. Can't wait to check it out.
Thank you, Julie, Rachel, and Parisa. Am I saying Parisa? Parisa? Yeah.
Yeah, you're good. Thank you.
I actually have another question before we wrap up, and that is that, I love this idea, and I'm curious. We've talked a little bit about how you've transitioned from one thing to the next and to the next, but you've really just jumped into the unknown every single time. And I mean, that is scary. That takes a lot of bravery to be able to do something like that. But you didn't even necessarily know that you were going to be able to do it. And a lot of people today try and have it all figured out before they make the move. And I'm curious, how were you able to just go, you know what? I'm in. Let's do this.
Well, I think I had to learn that because, you know, I like change, but change can be scary. I knew I wanted to be a journalist for so long. And, you know, I knew I was going to go to school for journalism. I knew I was going to go to grad school. And so for a long time, I didn't have any change. Like, you know, I was, you know, I might have changed magazines or whatever, but I just knew this is what I wanted to do. And I think as I got older and my field changed, you know, it's much harder to make a living in journalism now. And it kind of was like, I never read the whole book, but you know, the book, Feel the Fear and Do It Anyway.
Yeah, by Susan Jeffers. I think that's who it was. Yeah. I know which book you're talking about.
All I did was read the title. I mean, I got it. You know? I mean, I did read more than that, but it was a conscious decision to, you know, make myself do something I didn't enjoy, and I probably could do it more. You know, I'm sure there are things that I hesitated with, but it was a conscious decision to. You're not going to be able to do X your whole life, so what else can you do?
That's wonderful.
Bridget Alexander. Oh, this woman is amazing. She is a ER doctor who works with rape victims, and she was in my movie, Equal Means Equal. And she's a great woman, like really cool. Sorry.
I love that. Well, I like it when we can highlight other people, other women as well. So thank you for mentioning that. You know, of all of the projects that you have done and all of the things that you have created, is it your book that's your favorite, or is it your movie, or what is it and why?
I think the book was probably the most transformational, like it both as me as a person and my outlook. You know, it changed my way of thinking about violence and all sorts of things, you know, because I think, in a bizarre way, I have more hope that we can help with people who are violent. And it also because of the book, I was asked to do certain things that I wouldn't have been. Like, I think that led to doing some television and stuff. The only thing about the book is because it was rushed when I was writing it. When I read it now, I see things that I would like to do over. But I think that was totally a blessing. That was a blessing for me, and it did change my life. But then after that, it would be comedy, because this is the happiest I've been creating for a long time.
I love that. And it's, you know, just another way of expressing. You're still telling a story, but, you know, even when you were trying to share with your husband at the time, making it humorous. I mean, I think that life is so serious, and especially when you are talking about such serious subject matter, you have to find the humor. You have to find the levity in life. Otherwise, you do get sucked down into that negativity cycle, and you really take on other people's thoughts, feelings, and emotions that as if you've experienced it yourself. And I just, you know, I appreciate you doing that, and just the vulnerability of getting up on stage. I was telling a joke during Fashion Week, and I thought I was going to pass out. I had no intention of doing that. But so I just want to say, good for you.
A work in progress, like everything. But you guys are amazing. You're all very open and smart and wonderful, and I appreciate this chance.
Aww.
And good choice, Julie.
I know, right?
So
You
good.
guys all look amazing. But really quickly before you leave, because I also started my career in journalism. And so this has been a really inspiring and so many things that I see. So I definitely want to connect with you and interview you again personally, one-on-one. That would be amazing.
Love
would
it.
be such an honor. I love highlighting people. Now I say that saw the light. Not that it's bad, but you know, it is, especially when we're like, oh, this is what we're doing. And then we take those, and then one leap leads to another, to another, to another. And you just shared, this is the happiest you've been. And so, I mean, to me, that's so profound and so meaningful, really, because when you feel that level of happiness and you portray that type of energy out into the world, you can just make such a huge impact on other people to find their happiness too. So I'm just super grateful that I had the opportunity to be here with you today. I'm going to pass it back, but I just wanted to say thank you and invite you to be interviewed as well again.
Anytime. I'd love to meet you guys in person.
Love it. Love it. So good to have you with us. And I am so honored to be able to be in this space with you for the work you've done, the work that you continue to do, and just the way you choose to share all of your experiences. Like, you are captivating. You are so captivating. So thank you for being you, and thank you for joining us today. This is so good.
Thank you.
So much fun. And you know what? Now we have Rachel here. Rachel has been co-hosting with us all today and throughout the month. But we want to highlight you now, and we want to speak with you. I know, surprise! We want to pick your brain and talk to you about your greatness. That you shared a little bit about things that you've done in the past, but I'm curious, what is the one thing that you have done that you probably don't give yourself enough credit for?
Oh, wow. There's a few things actually I can think of that popped to my head right away because, you know, I think all of us have a past and a journey, right? So many of us that anytime we're accomplishing something significant, I think a lot of times it comes from that drive of overcoming something really hard, overcoming something really, you know, trauma is a buzzword, but traumatic. If we're being really transparent and honest, a lot of us see that rise up from that post-traumatic growth, right? And so I think for me, there's a couple things that I definitely don't give myself credit for, and that's my background in mental health, even though that really wasn't my original background. Continuing, I'm forever a student. I have this craving for knowledge and for continuing to better myself. And that came from a very young age. And I recognize now it was like to an unhealthy level, right? Always trying to prove something, always trying to like say, I can do this. Look at me, please. You know, that approval you look for from your parents. And so it drove this energy in me to always trying to improve, even though my parents they're good people. So I don't want to, you know, but at the end of the day, when you look back at childhood and see, that's where everything stems from, almost everything, right? We learn our coping mechanisms then. And even if we come from good families, there are sometimes circumstances that we perceived differently than what an adult would perceive them. And so they don't recognize what's going on inside of your child, right? So I think that I definitely don't give myself enough credit for my background in trauma, if you will, and in understanding psychology and having a paper developed and published at Johns Hopkins. Like I definitely don't talk about that publicly. So that's one thing that I think that I definitely just kind of pushed to the wayside. Like we were talking about earlier, we've done all these things, but we continue doing them. And we don't really take the time to absorb when someone is like, you did that. That's amazing. Congratulations. And you're like, yeah, but right now I'm trying to do this. And I am really struggling in this. I forget about what I did. I just really need to get this done. So I think that that is one piece. And then another piece is traveling around the world, not being afraid to, like, against everyone else's better judgment. I was like 4 days after high school, oh, I'm moving across the country. And then 3 months later, I'm going on a mission trip to Bangkok, Thailand. And I'm doing this and I'm doing this. And I think that I don't give myself enough credit for that, that drive of wanting to make a positive impact is bigger than my fears. Every time, all the time, they say that when there's a will, there's a way. And I think that those are two big pieces for me that I definitely don't give myself credit for, because I think I've just put myself sometimes in this motion where, as women, we're already putting a lot of pressure on ourselves to do all the things, right? Mm-hmm. And I am no different. Parisa talks about, being a single mom, and there's a lot of struggle that comes with that. And you just go into these motions and you just do things, and we don't realize, like, wow. And then, so those men that are out there supporting us, that's really powerful and impactful. Like, I don't think they recognize, like, we show up and we're like, yes, we, as women, we are powerful and we're looking for recognition for that. But I think at the same time, I don't think that we mean it in a demeaning way to men. So I want to give men their kudos too, especially the men that are showing up here and supporting us, or in the background, and the way that Mo shows up and pushes us forward, and the way that Rick has done today, even with all of us and his sister, and so many others that really show up for us in big, huge ways. But back to the point of really not giving ourselves enough credit. I think that there are so many of us as women that we just don't allow ourselves that absorption of what we've done, the accomplishments that we've made, even as far as being a single mom, because there's always that guilt piece attached to everything we're doing. Like, how is this affecting my child? Do they understand that, yes, I'm working 80 hours a week, but really it's to better them? And am I showing them resilience by doing all these things? Am I showing them that, guess what? I know society is trying to be all inclusive and give everyone a participation award, but the real world does not. Mm-hmm. And so I am in this constant, like, yes, I want to encourage and inspire you and commend you for trying, but I also don't want to give you away for my children. I don't want to give them a participation award if they didn't win, because I'm not serving them later on. So I think there's many different ways that to answer your question.
Ooh, I'm going to jump in here on this one. Like, completely connecting with so much of what you're saying. And after I say a few things, I want to hold space for you sharing about your paper that was published at Johns Hopkins, because the fact that you brush it off, hey, guess what? We get to create some space for that right here. I want to honor your conviction, your decision, and the willingness to share this whole notion of participation awards with children. It's something I am so, like, beyond passionate about, that I often don't share it because of how passionate I am about it, that I don't want, this is just my own personal narrative. Like, I feel my passion in sharing about it, my convictions are so strong that they can be off-putting, and it can be unrelatable to people, to other parents, other moms. And so I've just chosen naturally, continually, and now I've created a pattern for myself where I just don't share that. But thank you for bringing that up, because I'm like, no, I get to just allow that conviction and the passion within it to be so present, because you're right. Like, life doesn't hand out these acknowledgments, even these awards, these moments, these affirmations of, hey, you did hard things, or you showed up today. Like, no, actually, like, that's what you get to do because you're alive. Like, you're alive.
Amen.
Like, you don't get an award because you're alive. Like, that's the gift. Your gift is being alive. Like, receive the gift and show up. You know, maybe it's just because I'm just, you know, straight to the point, get to it, you know. I don't know, but thank you for really presencing that, because I've pushed that to the side for so many years. And my oldest son is almost 11, and I've pushed it aside for as long as I've had kids. And I needed that reminder. So thank you. So with that being said, I want to create some presents for your paper. This Johnson piece. Tell us more about it. I can't wait to hear about it.
Thank you. Well, first I want to respond to that just really quickly, just for a brief second, because it's super important. The fact that you bring it up, because I think so many of us do feel that level of like, it is not the popular opinion today. Mm-hmm. It's not. And if you're living in California, it certainly isn't. And because of my background and my craving for understanding things, and really doing a lot of work on studying the brain and studying the effects of the brain in childhood. And we know through all kinds of research that addiction is formed between the ages of 3 and 10. And no, kids aren't an alcoholic or addicted to drugs at that age, but we know those developmental years are critical. And we also know through a lot of research that is often pushed to the wayside because it's not the popular opinion of the agenda that the media puts out there. It is not popular. And so for a long time, I was the same way. I'm like, no, I can't share this because other moms aren't going to agree. And I was always that mom who was working so many hours, rushing in, you know, fully dressed in my heels, like 2 seconds before they lock the doors to the daycare center, and I'm running in, and there's the other moms that are outside. All right. And I'm like honking at the stoplight to get there, and really praying that I arrived before, you know, they start calling me to say like, we're ready to close. And no, I'm not proud of that. But also at the same time, that judgment that I felt from those other moms that were showing up, that just had their kids there for a couple hours so they could clean the house and, you know, all the things. It's okay, because I'm not, you know, I just think that we tend to go into our shell because we don't want to create any kind of you know, negative reaction from other people and what they're going to think. And so I just want to commend you for openly saying that, because it took me a long time. I held so much judgment on myself for like, why do I feel so differently? Am I wrong to think this way? Right. And then I'm like, that's crazy. These are my children. How can I, right? Like, how can I be allowing the other opinions of people to be able to affect me thinking that I'm crazy for saying, I'm sorry. No, you might have tried, but you didn't win. Like, maybe I'm a little too competitive, but at the same time, like, no. So yes, I agree with you. And I think that we are hurting our children. And I could speak on this for days on the research that is backed behind what we are doing in the destruction. And so I'm just praying for us for our future, because when those kids are in charge and they're expecting the participation award, you know, we've got a lot of problems on our hands. So yes, so thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you. It's amazing.
Something that I feel compelled to say too about this idea of the participation award, it drives me bananas. I'm sorry, it does. It drives me absolutely bananas. I think we're doing people a disservice by saying like failure or making failure bad. That's how we succeed. The way to get better, be better, do better, have more, all these things is failure. And it doesn't mean that we're less as human beings just because we don't all do everything exactly the same way. And it comes back to Rachel, you picking up your kids at the daycare. You're not less than, you're different. It's okay to be different. And more power to you. I just wish that we could celebrate the differences in everyone versus trying to make everyone the same.
Yeah.
It's okay to be different, and that's what makes life interesting. It's okay to have a different opinion, and we should be able to express that because, Rachel, you lived in other countries as well. It's not like this everywhere. There's so many different cultures and opinions, and we're just used to seeing it our way. So it's amazing what opens up for us when we allow other people's thoughts, feelings, and opinions when we can hear them. So I just want to say thank you. I feel so honored to be here with both of you because this is something I am so passionate about as well. And Rachel, the fact that you wrote this paper, I know and even when you're talking about it, you're still kind of like skimming over it. It's like, what a woman. What a woman.
Well, thank you. I think, to the point, I appreciate all your kind words. It's true. I think for me, there's a lot that goes into why, right? And part of that is I've gone through a lot, right? Like a lot of us. And I was writing that paper during a time that certain things were happening in my life in the forefront that were being hidden from me and I didn't know. And so writing that paper and doing all the research that we were doing on trauma and addiction and how it truly affects us in deep ways and the patterns that are created during our childhood, it all ties together. And then I found myself in a situation where my whole world was kind of shifted and turned upside down. And it was right at that same time that the paper was published. And so for me, I was showing up and I was just like, what happens? You go into imposter syndrome and you start to second guess and doubt and think to yourself, like, how could I know this much and do this much research and not see what was unfolding in front of my eyes? And so there was a whole big piece to that puzzle, and where I've kind of just like, let it go. But again, because of circumstances and situations, we show up. Right? Yes, I think that it's really important to say, no, you don't just move on from a big life change or a traumatic situation. You need to do the work to heal. And when I say I'm a forever learner, that includes the therapy, that includes the groups, that includes all the things that evolve around growing and changing who we are as human beings. And so yeah, the paper is, it's exciting. It was with a group and I'm super, super blessed because I had this opportunity to be to work really hard and be in a position where I was the only person without a PhD working on this paper. And so it felt really good to me, but also at the same time, I was like, what, me? Like, you all have your PhD. No. But it was a great learning experience. And to this day, I'm super, super blessed to be able to say I was a part of that. And, it's not that old. It was just back in 2020. I know for a fact that that research got me to today, the version of Rachel that shows up in 2024. And so I'm super, super thankful for that period of time in my life when I was kind of forced into showing up to finish something that would have been really easy to lay down and say, I can't, because everything that I'm writing about is like, oh my gosh, what is happening in my life at this moment? So that's when my divorce took place also. So just for all the full transparency there, it's not, I don't share a lot of my journey during that time frame. I think because of a couple reasons, but I do know that I'm super grateful for the journey today. I can honestly stand up and say that journey has really pushed me to levels that I think I wouldn't be in this position and afforded these kind of opportunities had I not gone through the things that I had gone through during that period of 2019 and into 2020. So, yeah.
I have so much respect for that, Rachel. I think that as you're sharing about the paper, I could tell that it wasn't not the paper itself, but the period of life that all of it took place. And I could tell that there was something there that wasn't as familiar for you. And that's, like, as you just shared, I was like, oh, okay, I'm connecting with what she's saying, and my hunch was right. And I think that that's something that's really important to let just be okay. Like being so prominent, having such a bold voice, and also recognizing that there's parts of your story that you acknowledge, you appreciate, you also know that it's why you're here in this moment right now, and you get to protect it. And if you choose to share it, it's in your own time, and you get to allow it to be cultivated. You got to allow it to be your own process as well, and not just have it pushed out for the sake of keeping yourself relevant, or for the sake of being captivating because you have a story to share, or you have an experience or experiences that you've overcome. You're not leveraging your pain in that's ill-timed. I think there's something really, really, really important about being a good steward of those really hard moments, as well as being a good steward of the blessings and the goodness in life. I think it's really important. I'm really glad that I'm really glad that I picked up on how you were sharing it, and then you confirmed my feeling about it, because I've had many people share with me over the years, like, oh, you should share that. Like, that's incredible. And there's so much of my story I've not even shared online, because guess what? It's not time.
Right.
And would it captivate people? Yeah, it would. Would it sell a lot of books? Yeah, it would. Would it make me a lot of money? Yeah, it would. But it's not time.
Right.
And it's not about the captivating moment. It's not about leveraging it. It's about letting the moment, letting the space have its due time. So I appreciate you sharing what you did and what you have shared. And, I'm so grateful to be here, to be able to create the space, hold the space, and be present to what you've shared today. It's just so meaningful. I feel so fulfilled right now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That means so much to me. I'm just, love you, ladies. Cannot wait to hug you very, very soon. And more to come on that. You guys everyone who's watching, we have an announcement later on, so stay tuned.
Yes.
I love that. Now I'm excited. But Rachel, our next guest is in the green room, as they say. And but before we bring her up, I just wanted to say thank you again for sharing, even though I think you brought it by sharing that piece about why you weren't necessarily going to talk about the paper. It's so important that it brought up this conversation that it's not for everybody all the time. And I think that is something that we need to honor as well. But anyway, without further ado, let's bring up Dagmar Fleming. So excited to have you here today. Yay. Hey, we're twinning colors. Yay.
Hello, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be part of this amazing event.
We are excited to have you here. We know that you've been in the green room with us for a little while, and we are excited that you are here. And I just, you were listening backstage. Is there anything that you wanted to contribute to that before we move into just focusing on you?
Well, I'll be honest, it's been an amazing day. It's my birthday. So I just got a text from Donna to hop on and contribute to this amazing conversation. So literally 4 minutes ago, I was still putting my makeup on.
Well, happy birthday. Let's celebrate you. We are so excited. So in honor of your birthday, what is something that you would love to share with us about what you've accomplished and how you're showing up in the world?
I am so thrilled to be part of this HerStory movement, because I think we're creating a change of consciousness where women's stories are coming to the forefront. And I have to tell you, I spent the majority of my career in global business consulting in mainly male-dominated environment. So I had to play into that kind of showing up in business and in life. So when I started my own Unlock Your Success mentorship programs, it wasn't that I was focusing solely on women, but it was such a celebration to bring to the forefront women leaders and help empower them to really stand in their passion and purpose. So little did I know that in 2020, I started a community for women entrepreneurs called it the Athena Circle. And we can say the rest has been history, because honestly, this community that we're building of women who are not afraid to show up authentically and follow their soul mission, their life purpose, is something that I am truly the most proud of.
I love that so much. And something that I'm curious about with what you've created, do you find that a lot of women, because that's who we're focusing on, do you find that a lot of women tend to sort of follow what's expected of them for a while before they start to answer the calling of their soul?
I think as women, we are programmed to focus on everyone else first. And I think Rachel alluded to that slightly in her talk earlier. So by the time we took care of everybody else's dream, there is not much bandwidth left for our own. But we are coming to time, I think, in our societal development and overall consciousness of this planet, where we as women have to rise to our own power and purpose so we can harmonize the society, so we can equalize how we're showing up in business and in life. And really, this is not about the movement of women to overthrow men. That is more of the male tactic, isn't it? I think it's more about creating yin and yang, where both the logical and intuitive side is celebrated, where both male attributes and female strengths are combined so that we as a society at all can move forward, progress, and really create the life that we all want to have. And what do we want to have? To be happy, to be ourselves, to show up authentically. And that means that if I want to have a neon red hair and be still validated as a marketing badass or whatever the female leader wants to be, that should be okay. And I think what I love about the LA Tribune is that it constantly promotes women, promotes our passion, promotes our power. And when we step into who we are divinely designed to be, the world just becomes a little bit better. Because let's face it, we women are pretty peaceful beings. So I'm definitely passionate about this subject. Can't you tell?
No, it's so good. It's so good. I want to present something you mentioned about how, in a male-dominated space or male-dominated spaces in general, you tend, we see men this like more like overthrowing kind of energy towards one another. And like, we don't need to necessarily sit with that or show that or express that. We get to more have that like balanced and what I would consider more like harmonious approach. What would you say is the most effective way that you have found, or ineffective way that you have found, to help women just continue to stay in that momentum, that flow, that, you know, going in and out of the different energy and not needing to feel like you have to be in that very forceful, like overthrowing type of energy? What would you say that might be?
I love this question, Parisa, because when I started the Athena Circle, I actually asked myself this question: why Athena? She is a Greek goddess, and she's known as this badass woman, this warrior with a shield. But what a lot of times people don't realize, that Athena was not really about war. She was not about fighting. She stood for wisdom, for knowledge, for our own authentic expression. And the fight that she was engaged in, the battle that she was promoting, was battle for you to be yourself. I think that the time has come where when we women can simply be ourselves, express our unique abilities, and in that lies the true power. So instead of pushing or pulling, we can simply be the essence of the beauty that we are, which, by the way, both of you are channeling this divine goddess energy. I'm just looking at two of you and thinking like, I am surrounded by goddesses. And isn't it a badass that in 2024, we can be what I call business badasses and spiritual gangsters?
Oh my gosh, I absolutely love that. Thank you so much. But this is so it's so true how you can even pick up on the energy through the screen as you do, which I think is a true it's a gift and a superpower a little bit as well, if you will. But that just shows the intuitiveness that you have been able to portray.
You know, it's very interesting because I grew up in a communist country where spirituality was not necessarily appreciated. In fact, it was best to keep it under wraps, being the atheist system that we were in. So a lot of my intuitive abilities were hidden for many years. But each one of us has a unique purpose, unique soul mission. And I believe that sooner or later, your soul will knock on the door of your consciousness and say, Rachel, it's time for you to get to the real core of your mission. And when we are pulled into it, we can fight, we can resist, but it's going to happen anyway. So imagine me running this global business consulting company for, wait for this, aggregate processing and construction machinery. And one day my soul comes in and says, enough of dilly-dallying. You're going to start working with people intuitively using this modality, which I just downloaded in a moment, called the Triple Quantum Reset. And the working with the construction mining machinery is over. So I felt extremely uncomfortable. In fact, when I went to my LinkedIn profile and changed my description from global business development strategies to intuitive healer, I cried, because I really thought that absolutely everyone in my business community will think that I lost my mind. And I had people who literally said that to me. They came in and said, you'll never succeed. Why would you walk away from the global consulting company that you've built so strongly over the years? And I said, it's not a choice. My soul is calling me to it. So my encouragement to all of our viewers is give yourself permission to answer that voice, because the magic starts when you say yes. And while I appreciated absolutely everything about global business consulting, the people that I've met, the opportunities that I've had, even the fact that I can be here with you during this broadcast celebrating other women, this all came from a simple yes to that inner voice that said, there is more to you than you're doing right now.
so impactful. It's like the what else idea and what else mentality. It's, being great at one thing or being efficient and having systems and having something be successful and like a well-oiled machine. We can feel great pride in that, especially in different spaces that might be more challenging. And like the sector that you were mentioning, I'm like, and then hearing you speak now, I'm like, this is so cool to hear how wide your capacity is as a human, because you are a reflection of all women. We all get to see that element within ourselves, and allowing yourself to say yes to the next thing. As you said, just when your soul comes knocking, like, yes, like we get to do these things. And then we also get to say yes to the things after that. And what might be, what other things can I be great at? What other things am I great at that I have no idea about? And just remaining curious. This is so good. I'm so fulfilled right now. I'm so nourished. This is so enriching. Over to you, Rachel.
No, I absolutely love it. I think it's so powerful that you, like you said, you changed your profile and you cried, and you're waiting for people to say she's lost her mind. And of course they will. It takes a lot of courage to show up with what your soul is calling you to do, right? Especially if it's against the norm, or if it's against what you've built in the past, or what is successful by means of financially, right? And so oftentimes I think that that's the vision of success that most people see out there, is how much money is this going to make versus what kind of impact and how is this going to fulfill me and my journey and my soul and where I want to go. And so I just commend you so much for doing that. I know firsthand that it's not easy, especially when you've proven to build something successful. I left a company that I spent over 10 years building, and they're still like, the company is still there and standing, and I exited, and it was like my heart and soul, and almost giving up one of my children. But it was time for me to move on. And in that moment, in my heart and in my gut, I knew, like, I'm about to embrace in changes in my life that are going to lead me to not be attached to this business world that is so cutthroat and doing all the things where my feelings and my emotions and my core is not allowed to show up. So what really for you was that turning point that you said, it is time? Like, I am changing my profile and I am going all in on showing the world that I'm following what the spiritual guides, if you will, or God has led me to do.
It's so funny that you ask, because I remember I went to a conference for eWomen Network, and because my intuition is super evolved and I listened to it, I literally followed that nudge that said, sit down next to this lady. And it turned out that she was running a national radio show, invited me to hop on it. And I went home and literally got paralyzed with fear. Because there I was going to go from, instead of talking about recruiting international audience to a trade show in India, to talking about how we step into our intuitive powers and unleash the purpose. So I had to call on my friend and mentor and literally say, unblock me, because I am paralyzed with fear. And he said to me, you've got it. This is what you've been born to do. So ever since, I've been running with a journal that says I was born to do this. And when I speak to audiences, I remind them, yes, you were born to do this. Your soul has already equipped you with every talent, gift, and skill you'll ever need to fulfill your purpose. All you have to do is show up. And when you show up, and you need a mentor like Donna, Parisa, or Rachel, they will appear right in front of you, randomly or connected through a Zoom meeting or other opportunity. And the beauty of being in your purpose is that your soul will guide you to the optimal outcome at all times. Just show up and listen to that inner guidance, because no soul is guiding you to struggle, to fears, to lack of money. That's not true. That's a human concept. When we align with the higher consciousness, the inner wisdom that we all have, things just magically fall into place. And isn't it just easier to live in a flow instead of pushing and pulling, which we are so used to?
I think you're absolutely right there at Dagmar, because it's following that inner calling, following the intuition. And we talk often about that as women and stepping into our power and becoming great or doing all of these things. But I know for me that anytime that I didn't follow my own personal intuition, not so good things happened for me in that. And I'm curious, for you, was there a time where either you didn't follow your intuition and the path got corrected to get you to follow your soul's purpose, your soul's path? And what did you do to adjust to really take that step, overcome an obstacle to get you into the next part of your life?
Oh my goodness, I love that question, Donna, because a lot of people, when they start on that intuitive path, they ask two questions. Am I really intuitive? So they doubt their own knowledge. Men call it the gut feeling, right? They're completely okay with that. But we women tend to question our own wisdom. And number two, we wonder if what we are getting comes from the true intuition or from our mind. So when I was honing in my intuition, I used to quarrel with my own voice. So for example, if I was going to a networking meeting, I would sit down for a moment and ask myself a question. Does this meeting serve my highest good? Is this going to benefit my business? Is it going to benefit me personally? If the answer is no, then you naturally would think that I would stay home. But no, oh no, I'm an Aries and I need to push through some of that knowledge that comes through and prove the whole universe wrong. So I would get into a car, drive to a meeting. It was a complete flop. Did not enjoy it, not my people, not my tribe. So I would come home and ask myself a question. Okay, so if the answer was no, and I objected and I did my thing anyway, my human thing, and it didn't produce the results, perhaps next time I have to listen. So by these little tests, I allowed myself to know when it's a true intuitive voice that advises me to do something. So in my career, corporate career, I got this feeling at one of the places that I worked at that it was time to move on, that there was something amazing around the corner. But again, the obstinate me said, I don't think so. I love this job. I know everything about it, and I travel all around the world, and why should I believe in it? But what my soul had in mind for me is to work for me, to start my entrepreneurial journey. So I resisted it and resisted until it became uncomfortable. And again, that's when I learned that if you don't know if you're following the intuition or your ego mind, when you are not in alignment with your soul, it doesn't feel good. This is how simple it is. If you have a choice to make, present two options to yourself and see which one feels good in your body, emotionally, and which one doesn't. The one that feels good is probably the one that your soul, your intuition is driving you towards. So I encourage everyone to try to object, to figure this out. It doesn't have to be a perfect process, but give yourself permission to keep trying, to listen to that voice and see how it pays off when you do.
I think that's truly priceless there with what you're saying about following your intuition. And I'm going to bring up one more guest here to join our conversation, and I'm going to be inviting here to the stage Dr. Norma Hollis. Now, what you guys are not aware of here, it's a spontaneous moment. I asked Dr. Norma to join us with this conversation. She was following her intuition. She did say yes. Now, Dr. Norma and I, we met each other earlier this month in Las Vegas in March, and she got to meet Ava, our editor in chief here at the Los Angeles Tribune. And what this is a month-long celebration of her story and sharing our stories with each other as amazing women. And I intuitively invited you to come join us really quick because you have such an amazing story after getting to know you just a little bit and some of the things that you have accomplished. And I love how you speak, Dr. Norma Hollis, and I love the guidance and the support that you give for everybody else. And so I wanted to invite you here to share some of that so we can also honor you. But I'm going to give you the floor here and just to share with us a little bit about you, your story, and what really inspires you.
I'm happy to. Just give me the parameters and tell me how much time you want me to take so I know how to position it.
Take 2 minutes here and share a little bit about you, and then our host will jump in.
Okay, sounds good. Well, I'm all about authenticity. I took 30 years to study myself. Who am I? At 28, I realized I had become my parents' version of who they thought a Black woman should be in America. And I had the husband, we had the cars and the good jobs and all those wonderful things. And I was absolutely miserable. And I didn't know what to do with myself because I didn't know who I was. And that's when I stopped and just decided I'm going to figure out what does it mean to be human and who am I? And I had no idea it would take me 30 years. But it took 30 years for me to fully dissect myself. What I did is I found 9 energies within me. And at 28, I gave each energy the name of an animal that reflected that energy, like an owl or a panther or a thoroughbred horse. You know, they all have different energies. And then I also researched astrologically and otherwise the planets and numerology and put together this grid. And in 30 years, the grid that was my 9 energies of who I saw as me became this authenticity grid, which I now teach from. Is the foundation for my entire work that I do in my program that I call Authenticize. I have this whole system trademarked, the Norma Hollis Authenticize process. And I certify coaches, speakers, leaders, and others to understand what authenticity is really about, to learn to be certified to use my assessment with your clients, and also to take it to organizations to build more authentic organizations. So that's a good summary of what I'm about.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Sorry. I'm taking notes on this authenticity grid because I love grids. I love like the logistical display of everything. And it pertains to like all things human.
Yes, yes.
Like,
well, that's the question I asked.
Into that.
What does it mean to be human? And what I found is we all have 3 voices. We have an inner voice that no one hears but us. We have an outer voice, which is how other people perceive us when they see us, and an expressive voice, which is who we become and how we live our lives day to day. And then those are the domains that you see vertically, and then horizontally over here you see the words think, communicate, do. Those are the dynamics, because as human beings we are generally either primarily thinkers or communicators or doers. And so when you look at the assessment of it, and when you do the assessment, it was all downloaded through me. I didn't just come up with it. It kind of came to me and through me. And it took me 12 years to figure out, so what does it do and how does it work? But it's a phenomenal thing because it really identifies you by the energy. We don't teach self-awareness, and we do not teach energy management to our children. So that's why we have so much violence, because no one knows how to manage it. So this really helps people to understand themselves, to accept themselves, and to manage themselves. So I don't want to take a lot of time in it, but that's basically what the grid is. And I've modified it to a basic grid. I have one for corporate, one for dignity, one for sales, for business environments. And we're now beginning to take it into different environments to see how it can impact the world and help us to understand ourselves better and become more engaged with each other rather than always competitive and fighting and all the stuff, crazy stuff that we do as human beings.
Right.
So, Dr. Hollis, so how can we apply this into our lives?
Well, I have an assessment. If you go to authenticityassessment.com, that's step 1. So it's one thing to take the assessment online version, but it's another when we give it to you one-on-one or in one of our classes. We have a number of different classes. So what it helps you to understand is, number 1, your strengths and your vulnerabilities. So which energies are you strongest in? Are you stronger in your inner voice in terms of how you listen to your voice? Are you stronger in your expressive voice in terms of how your habits and what you do in the world, or your outer voice and your appearance and how you appear to other people? Are you more of a thinker, a communicator, or a doer? And when you understand these things, then you also understand who you need on your team. So, for example, thinkers really benefit if they have doers on their team, because thinkers are happy. Those of us that are creative, we can be happy in our house, in our cave, doing our thing, fixing the world with all the plans that you can figure out. But if no one does anything about it, it's just a plan. So in your marriage, in your relationships, in your business, in your social groups, it's good if you have a blend. If you're all thinkers, then you'll have a great time, especially if you're married and you're thinking, you'll have a great time solving the world, but you'll be broke. And likewise, if you're all doers, you'll have a great time doing things, but it won't have much plan and strategy to it. So you might keep going in circles and circles. So that's how, and once you understand your scores, you can kind of see where your strengths and vulnerabilities are. What the recommendation is to tweak one thing in one dimension, because transformation is a series of tweaks. It's not a full, a windshield wiper and it's all gone. It's one tweak at a time. So when you find where you're most vulnerable, you tweak one thing, try it on for 30 to 90 days. If it works, continue it, and then try something else. And over a course of time, if you just keep tweaking small things, you end up with big change. So that's how you apply it.
Well, Dr. Hollis, I apologize, but I just have to ask this question. What if you're a bit of a thinker and a doer? Who do I surround myself with now? Because I do need help.
Well, then you have to look at how much communication you're doing, because communicate is also important too. And when we say communicate with yourself, with others, and the universe, because all of them give you guidance. My definition of true authenticity is when you are aligned with your thinking, tangible self, with your spiritual inner self. And when they're working cooperatively, that's when you're really aligned. That's when you can that's talking about being aligned with the universe. That's exactly what that is. So that's, I think, what we all see when we really understand the power of the universe and power of our thought. When we can align that with what we do day to day, then we really can thrive. It's a lot easier to thrive. We understand what thriving is about.
I love the word spiritual alignment. So you are speaking to the core of my soul. And I know some of our audience may think that we're getting super metaphysical, but we are body, mind, spirit complex. As the law of one says, these are all these parts that come together to create a harmonious, advanced human being. And ultimately what we want to create lives that are fulfilled in business, in our career, professionally, personally. So how can one take your grid, apply it through the assessment to find out their weaknesses and strengths, and then integrate that into the bigger picture for what they want to accomplish in their lives?
Well, when you finish the grid, you have a sense of looking at, first of all, when people take the assessment, what they tell me is just the 9 questions that I ask helps them begin to think about their life. Because most people just go through life one day after the other, doing the same thing, unhappy with where they're going and what they're doing, but not doing anything about it. And so it helps them first to start really thinking and going a little bit deeper into who am I? What am I really here for? What do I really want to do? And how do I want to do it? And where am I now in doing that? So just in that first thinking of that, then it goes to the next step, which we don't do a lot of, and that is reflect and assess. We go through our lives and we don't stop and say, well, how did today go? Or how did the week really go? How can I make a change? Some of us do, but the majority of people don't. They just want to be told, what do I do next? How do I do this next? As opposed to what can I do? And I really have options. And let me consider them and what can I do? And let me see what I did last year or last month or yesterday or today and how I can do it better. Let me reflect on it and let me assess it. And then let me make some changes. So it kind of gives you, it opens up your spirit, if you will, to be more, to think about those types of questions. So we have a whole online school that has several aspects to it that takes you deeper in each dimension. So that's an option for you too. We have a number of programs, from a regular membership program that includes group sessions as well as work on your own time frame. So a number of ways. So the main thing is to just start opening up to the idea that you're more than what you see on the screen. You're more than what you see in the mirror. that you are a combination of your inner voice, your outer voice, and your expressive voice, that you do communicate with yourself, others, and the universe, and the universe communicates with you. And when you really start to align with that, you know, your life does flow better. I meet a lot of people, creative speakers, etc. They always say, well, you know, God is with me. And I always ask, what are you with God? Because the architect is God. So that again is that same alignment we're talking about. So those are the ways that we use it and encourage people to just go within, because people just they don't do that and they're not encouraged. The critical thinking has given way to our phones. No one knows their mother's phone number anymore, you know. So it's really crazy. So it takes you a little deeper into your authentic self.
Donna, thank you for bringing her on. Accompanied with Dagmar, I'm like,
yes,
this is like
right?
a match made that we didn't know needed to happen. This is so cool. Right? So good, so good. Oh my gosh, yeah. I just with Dagmar bringing opening the conversation, and then having you, Dr. Norma, to continue to complement it. I would love to ask you a question. This in particular of these 9 fields, 9 distinctions.
Dimensions.
Yeah, dimensions. Is there one in particular that you have found that people as a whole have a hard time really tapping into or really connecting with? Is there one in particular or a few in particular?
There's a couple that people respond to, they have difficulty with. One is intuition, you know, which is understandable because people don't always see themselves as intuitive. When I speak to people about intuition, I ask, how many of you know that you're intuitive? And they don't all raise their hands. And I say, I know you're all intuitive. And I know that because you came here with clothes on today. Because at some point you ask yourself, what am I going to wear? And your intuitive voice answers you. And you didn't go outside naked. I said, there's 3 questions you ask every day. What time is it? What am I going to wear? What am I going to eat? And you always get an answer. So if you align with how the answer comes to you, it gives you a clue for how your voice speaks to you. So that's one, intuition. But as an intuitive person myself, I really attract a lot of intuitive people. But when I spoke to a group that worked in Apple in China, and intuition, what is that? That's what, you know, they didn't know what it was. So it just depends on the group. And the other one I would say would be net wealth. These are the outer voice ones: net wellness, net work, and net wealth. And when we say net wealth, we're talking about abundance and joy. We're not talking about just hardcore money. But that's another one where people have a big challenge, because everywhere I go, if I say, what does net wealth mean to you? They all say money. And then when they score themselves on a score of 1 to 10, they often score by how much money they have, how much cash flow they have. But we try to tell them, I used to direct Head Start programs, you know, very low income people, and they were some of the most joyous. They had the least amount of money out in the speaker bureau. I met with some people who had a great deal of money, but didn't really have the joy. So what really is net wealth? Wealth is the joy you feel. What brings you joy? Is it your family, your religion, your hobbies? You know, what is it? And how much of that do you put in your life, or do you put all your time just to the net wealth that refers to money? So it's the balance that comes in there as well. So those would be the 2, I think, that that are the most challenged. And then I would say also lifestyle. When I wrote this about 20 years ago, I had people, readers, and what they responded was the lifestyle was the one that was most difficult for them to deal with in terms of the exercises, because it required them to look at their life and what they were actually doing in a certain time frame and really assess it. And that takes focus to really do, and dedication. And when you see it, it's like, oh dang, I do too much of that. I didn't want to really face that, but it really makes you face yourself when you do that.
So true. It's a little startling at times when we give ourselves the time to look at what's actually going on. Like you mentioned a minute ago, you know, really doing like these honest check-ins with yourself. Like, how did that really go? How did this today go? How did the week go? How do I really feel about it? I remember years ago when I feel like I hit my rock bottom, I learned the value in doing check-ins with myself on a daily basis. And I would journal them every single night before I went to bed. And I forever will continue to do that, because it is so easy to go day by day and just dismiss and bypass it and not count it as something that is truly significant, and the impact that doing that brief recollection, that brief acknowledgement of yourself and how you experience the day, the moment, the circumstance, whatever it may be, how significant it really is. So I'm grateful that you brought that up. And again, it's one of those pieces today that's like a great reminder for me, like, hey, this is a valuable thing and I get to keep doing it. So that was really, really, really awesome. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thanks, Donna, for having me. Appreciate it. You called me. I had just locked my door to go on a walk.
We snuck
You just caught me.
And
Well,
Rachel
you pulled me out of a bathtub, so it's okay.
You too.
You never know. And Rachel, I know you've been listening and everything. I want to give you an opportunity as well here because we have about 5 or 6 more minutes with Dr. Norma.
Oh my gosh. No, this was so great. I love what you have created because I do feel it's so powerful and impactful. And I see such a huge space for a lot of these, everything that you're teaching with children and building that resiliency factor in children. I see such a big space and necessity for things like this at an elementary age, because I think that everything you're talking about as adults, if we start learning some of these things as kids, it becomes natural, right? We can show up with more confidence, loving each other in a bigger and better way, and come to terms with hard conversations and understand that we don't always have to agree, but we can still love one another and respect each other's differences. I think that's, all part of what you are talking about in all the different categories that you separate things into. And I just love that you're doing this. I don't know, as soon as you started talking and explaining the authenticity grid, I think part of our problem is we're consistently, a lot of people, including children, are consistently getting caught up in that comparison stage, right? So we're not showing up authentically in fear of judgment. And so, yeah, I'm so moved by all the things that you're doing. I think it's truly inspiring. And I don't know, have you ever considered putting this in front of the eyes of children or schools or things like that?
Well, let me tell you, my first career, my degree's in early childhood, and my first career was directing preschool programs. And just last month, I spoke to two Head Start groups, which is early child, infants and preschoolers on my grid. And I just submitted a proposal this week, and I have several to submit next week for that. Also, we did a program, we called it Big Mama's Girls, from the standpoint of elementary school is when we teach inner voice. Middle school is outer voice, and high school is expressive voice. And we've been to multiple school districts. We have not got in one yet, but if anybody has any inroads for us, I'd love to talk. Go to meetwithnorma.com and set up an appointment. I'd love to talk with you, meetwithnorma.com. And I'd love to talk because we are looking for more coaches that we want to certify to give it. I've spoken to coaching groups, and what they say is it puts the icing on the cake for them to understand how their coaching area fits in the bigger picture. And it gives them that inference as well. So we're also with speakers. But we have a lot of. Anybody have any interest in going further with it or learning more about it? Just set up an appointment with me. Meetwithnorma.com. I'd love to talk to you. Thanks so much, Rachel. I appreciate you, and especially if you definitely want to get into school as a kid. We've done games with some of these. We turned them into games, and so we've got games ready. We got all the things ready. We got a party and no place to go, so we're looking for places to take it. So. Which is why I was with Donna last week. Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
I love it. Thank you so much, Dr. Norma Hollis, for joining with us, and Dagmar Fleming. I'm going to give you guys each 30 seconds to a minute, and I want to hear your last closing words. So, Dr. Norma, let's have you go first.
Well, authenticity is so important, and you mentioned children, and in reality, we are born very authentic, and we lose it as early in our preschool years. Preschool kids go to school and they learn who they are. They can sing, they can paint, they can draw, they can beat the drums, and they come home and do that. And mama says, "You're making too much noise. Don't do that. Go watch TV. I'm tired. I had a long day." And they start stepping back from their authenticity. And so if we help children particularly begin to resume authenticity, and if we accept that as a role model ourselves, and we're authentic and we're without judgment with our children and with others around us, it's a much more joyous life. Your net wealth expands expands tremendously. And when your thoughts are going in the right direction, everything else expands as well. So it is at the foundation of leadership, of growth and development. And I encourage you to embrace your authenticity. If you have any questions about it, go to take my assessment at authenticityassessment.com or meet with me at meetwithnorma.com. I look forward to it. Thank you so
All
much.
right. Thank you so much. And Dagmar.
My invitation to everyone is to play big, because life is incredible. And there is so much that can be accomplished, so much that we can impact others with. So when you step into the beingness of being you, when you give yourself permission to show up with all your weaknesses and all your strengths, the beauty and magic of you will show up. And there are 7 billion people on this planet. And guess what? Some of those people need you, not your neighbor, not your friend, not your coach, you. And when we show up in the fullness of who we are, we can fulfill that life purpose. Number one, to be happy, to be expressing our wants and desires, which is our divine birthright. But most importantly, when you do that, when you step into the authenticity of who you are and you give yourself permission to be you, dream your dreams, weave your life, sing your music of your soul, then magic happens. Suddenly, that beauty of you becomes contagious to the world, and you become an inspiration, and you pull others up with you. And life has so much struggle already. Let's not add to it. Let's just step into happiness of being who we are. Spread the tolerance, appreciate others for the uniqueness that they bring to the forefront, and give yourself permission to show up in all that you can be, because that is what your soul is charging you with. And I invite you to drop into the Athena Circle, which is the community for entrepreneurs who are passion-driven, purpose-oriented, and embrace prosperity.
All right. And thank you so much, Dagmar, for coming and being with us here today, and as well as Dr. Norma. Thank you so much.
Thank you. This has been amazing birthday celebration. So thank you so much for pulling me into it.
Happy birthday.
Thank you so much. See you all tomorrow.
All right, Rachel. So share with me, how has today been? I mean, you've been amazing as I've been watching and listening and all the things that you have been sharing.
Thank you so much, Donna. No, this has been such a great experience. What a phenomenal way to spend our Easter weekend celebrating the accomplishments of incredible women who are doing big things to make a positive impact on themselves, their community, and the world. So I'm just super grateful to be here. I'm taking it all in. I have 3 pages of notes from all of the different speakers. I'm one of those note takers. Yes, I am.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's been incredible.
I absolutely love it. And what I've been loving throughout today is that there's always been these full circle moments, because even in the very beginning with our very first guest, that we're talking about authenticity, and it comes up again as a theme, and a theme with every person, or being unapologetic, or really just being who you're meant to be, being celebrated and accepted. And I know our next guest here is in our green room, and she is no exception, as I've gotten to know her as well, a part of the Los Angeles Tribune. So I'm going to bring up here to the stage Miss Karen Hall. And as you come up here, let's have you share part of your story.
Hi, I'm Karen Hall, and I am so excited to be with you today. I am the managing director of the Los Angeles Tribune Women's Journal, which will be launching in June. And I am so excited to be a part of the Los Angeles Tribune family. And so it's wonderful to get to know you ladies and all the men. It's an amazing group. And I love the mission that you have to uplift and inspire the world one person at a time. And that's the same mission that we have for the Women's Journal. We're going to be showcasing women and highlighting their contributions in the world. In addition, I am known as the Queen of Empathy, and I have a podcast called The Hero Within, where we also shine light on inspiring people and how they have navigated adversity and how they have found hope and healing and been able to return to love. So that's a little bit about me. I can't hear you.
Donna, you're on mute.
First unmuted.
I'm like, is that me? What happened?
Oh my goodness. All right. So with the Los Angeles Tribune Women's Journal, as I'm becoming familiar with it too, will you share just a little bit more about it? What is it about, and what are we going to be doing with it?
So, our first issue is going to be focusing on women throughout history and the ways that women have changed the world by their contributions. And, sometimes we think about, contributions in like, Madame Curie or somebody that, has been just absolutely incredible. But sometimes the way that a woman changes the world is within her own home and within her own life, the things that maybe she has overcome. And so it's going to be a wide variety of women that we focus on throughout the issues of the Women's Journal. But it's all about inspiring stories and how we can support each other and how we can help empower each other. Because as I hear your story, Donna and Rachel, I'm inspired. And then that lifts me and that helps me to go out into the world and to spread more love by hearing what you've gone through and what your experiences have been. And so that's what we're hoping to have with the Women's Journal.
So for you, because we all have our own journey, we all have our own story. And I love that, like you were saying, your story is her story. It's my story, but it's our story. What part of your life story has really propelled you forward for you to take the steps to get to where you are today, to overcome an obstacle, to say, no, I'm here and I'm here to serve?
Well, I have had many obstacles in my life. If we want to start with the first obstacle, it was a traumatic birth, and I was born 2.5 months premature, and I was 1 pound 13 ounces shortly after birth, which the impact of that was that I was in an incubator all alone for that first 2.5 months of life. And we know that in the very beginning, as well, all the time, we need connection and we especially need touch. And my mother wasn't allowed to hold me or touch me or feed me or anything during that entire time. And so I'm sure for me that was very terrifying to be, all alone. But that affected me also because I had some fears. I probably felt like the world was a little bit scary because of that. And so that was the first obstacle that I had to learn to overcome, was to get outside of myself and to have courage to take the next steps. And so when I was a little girl, my mom, I would tell my mom my fears. And so she taught me my first lesson in mindset work. And my bedtime story was The Little Engine That Could. And as she read me this story each night, I just identified so much with the little blue engine. For your listeners, or watchers who maybe aren't familiar with this story, there's a train carrying toys and good things to eat to the children on the other side of the mountain. And then the train breaks down and asks for help from other people. But the big mighty freight engine is just too busy, can't do that. And and the passenger engine is like, no, I have this other job to do. And so everybody has a good reason why they can't help the engine that has broken down. But the little blue engine, little tiny but mighty blue engine, decides that she will help. And she says, I don't know how to do this, but I think I can. And so she loads it all up, and with all her might and effort, she chugs up the hill. I think I can. I think I can. I think I can. And that was my first mantra. And so every time I had a scary experience, my mom would say, just think of the little blue engine that could. And I still do to this day. I think of the little blue engine that could. And I say to myself, I think I can. I think I can.
I love that. And I know the story. I know the story very well. Having read it myself, I think I can. I think I can, especially going uphill. And then it's just the downhill coasting there. So, what is something in your life that you didn't think you could do, but you did?
So I was terrified to speak in front of people, and when especially in high school, I remember just I was more of a listener. I love to talk, but I love to listen more, and so I was perfectly happy to listen to everybody else, do presentations and things. But then when it was my turn, it just scared me. I was scared to hear my voice. I didn't like the way my voice sounded. I would get so nervous. I would shake, and my voice would just be like a squeak. And so my mom said, "You need to take a public speaking class." And I'm like, "Me?" And she said, "Why don't you take a drama class?" And so I was like, I can't even imagine being on the stage, but I did. And then I later took a public speaking class in college, and I realized, actually, I kind of like this. I actually like talking in front of people. It still makes me nervous, but I felt this energy that came through me when something that I could share made a difference with the audience, and I felt this connection with them. Oh, just made me so happy. And then when I felt like that they related somehow, and that somehow maybe something that I had gone through helped them, I felt so happy. And so that was a huge obstacle for me to overcome. And now I have a podcast and I love to talk on stage. Like I said, I still get nervous, but I still say, I think I can, I think I can.
So powerful. I absolutely love this. And I know a little bit about what the LA Tribune is doing in terms of the Women's Journal, because I think it's super exciting. So share with us a little bit more about your vision for this Women's Journal. Will this be online? Will it be, where are the places we can look out and find? Because you are super inspiring, okay? Sharing from birth how you had to learn to connect. And we know the most powerful energy source on earth is connection. And so all of the things just from birth that you overcame, and your inspiring story of I think I can, I think encourages so many of us. So I know that readers are going to want to know where they can find more details of the Women's Journal and really understand what your vision is and who you're going to bring into this journal.
Okay, so like I said, my vision is to inspire women and to encourage women to be their best self, and to have courage to take the next step, to do whatever it is that they feel called to do. And as we shine light on other women that are doing this, either they're in the process or they have already, accomplished something, we want to shine light on several different kinds of women. So it's not just going to be like the corporate CEO woman that has risen to the top, but she might be one of those women. And so it's going to be a global magazine. And so we're looking for women across the world that we can highlight and share her story. And it will also be, so it'll be digital, the magazine, but it will also be in print. And so we're looking for women everywhere. And if you have somebody, or if it's you, let us know, because I don't know everyone, and I'm relying on you all to recommend women. In addition to the opportunity to be in print, we are also offering opportunities to shine light on these women and allow them to speak at a Los Angeles Tribune virtual event, which again, for some women is very scary, but we want to help them to gain comfort in that area, because then they can share that message in another medium with the world as well.
Well, go ahead, Parisa.
No, go for it, Rachel. I'll hop in right after.
Oh, I absolutely love that. I love the vision. I love that it's going to be in print and online globally. And I'm super excited to participate and help in any way that I possibly can, because your vision is so big and it's just so inspiring. And I love that you're highlighting impactful people in all different positions across the globe, because as you already know, women are doing different things to stand out in different areas of the world, right? So in America, it looks very different than it does over in the UAE, for example, or in Asia, for example. And so it's just such a incredible opportunity to also give some of those women who are tuning in right here from Sierra Leone, which is when someone said that earlier, that's where my orphanage that I am involved with is at. And so many of I call them all my babies, but so really it gives those women hope.
Yes.
Really, it gives them hope. And so that's just so powerful. So thank you so much for what you are doing. And however I can help, I'm happy to do so.
Well, that is wonderful. And, I appreciate the fact that you mentioned service, because that is one of the key elements that we are looking for, is women that are of service in whatever way they are serving. And there's so many different ways to serve, and the hope. I think we all need more hope in this world. And so to be able to feel love, to be able to feel hope, to be able to help others as well, I think those are just wonderful attributes of women that we are looking for.
I want to dive a bit into this this service piece, but first, hi Karen. It's actually good to interact with you on camera in real time. I remember the first time I experienced you was in the comments during one of the live broadcasts a little bit ago, and I just noticed how consistent you were with commenting on things that I was saying or things that I was commenting back on, and I just remember I'm like, man, this woman is just so genuine. And I truly feel like there's such power in being able to experience community and connection in the comments. Not to throw a lot of C's out there, but really, there's a lot of connection that can be experienced in the comments. So if you're here listening, feel free to comment, not just for comment's sake, but for connection's sake. And because I'm getting to experience Karen here in real time, and first time we interacted was in the comments. But so with that, with connection and with service, I feel like a lot of women sometimes don't have a grasp on some of the very mundane things, or some of the things that they do on just an easy kind of everyday basis that is truly an act of service to others. What would you say are some things that are absolutely of service that we sometimes just take for granted, that we just do because we're going to get it done anyway, but to really presence the value in some of these very mundane things that you might be looking for?
Yeah. So for example, a lot of times, we think, well, I'm just doing the best I can, with my life. I'm just trying to be the best person that I can be. Even that is tremendous, because as I strive to better myself and to love myself and to, overcome whatever obstacles I have personally, then I have more to give others as well. And we've talked about that, here today, about the more that I love myself, the more love I have to give others. And so a lot of people forget, and they think that that's just one of those mundane things that just really isn't that important, but that's the core of everything that we do. And so, so loving ourselves, I think, is where it starts. And part of loving ourselves is remembering our divine identity. And so tapping into our spirituality and remembering who we truly are is such an important piece. And then remembering who we are surrounded by. One of the things I'd like to say is that I am a being of love, and so are you. And when I remember that you are a being of love, then I have more love to offer you. And even if it's as simple and mundane as, cooking you a meal, or washing the dishes, and serving you in that way, that is an act of service that conveys love. And being loved is such an important part of thriving in this life. And if we feel love, if we give love, that give and take of giving and receiving, even if I give love to you and I don't feel like you necessarily receive it, there is something good that happens to me. And somehow I believe that when we cast our bread upon the water, that it comes back to us. It may not come back directly through that person, but I believe that it comes back somehow. And I believe that this circle of love, continues to cycle upward. And so somehow, some way, I don't know exactly how it all works, but I believe that we do continue to elevate. And so the mere fact that I am trying to love myself and then to love others elevates the world. I think it's absolutely fascinating how that happens.
So true. So true. And that the simplicity of really just connecting back to that love within yourself and claiming and declaring that you are love. I remember my favorite thing to do when I go to the beach. I'm grateful to live in LA. And so there's a lot of beach available. And every time I go down to the water, I always write, "You are love" in the sand. And I just leave it there. And like, if it gets washed away in a minute, okay. And if it gets washed away in a week, okay, doesn't matter. But I always write, "You are love." And so for whoever reads it, that if they need that reminder that they are love. And I think that allowing ourselves to truly sit with that, like, I am love. Okay. Well, what does that even mean? What does that look like? And what is that choice reflecting? And I think that that choice reflects to believe the best about one another, starting with ourselves. Because I think,
Absolutely.
you know, and it's that itself is so charged in such a powerful way versus a destructive kind of mechanism. And it can be challenging to be the best about people, especially if you're not really sure about a circumstance, but just really allowing yourself to see yourself as love, and then be reminded about, like, well, if I'm that, they are too. And if they're that, then I am. And just that continual reflection. So I love that you shared that. And yeah, I'm like, it's time to go to the beach. I haven't gone to the beach in a few months, so it's time.
It's time. It's time. I'm a California girl. I was born and raised in California, and I always want to get back to the water somehow. And so just hearing about the beach just makes me happy.
Yes. Well, it's been very rainy here. Raining all day today. Right now, it's pouring. So, you know, I can't wait till it's not raining and it's sunny and I can go to the beach, and I will write out "You are love" and I'll take a photo of it and I'll tag you.
Okay, sounds great.
I love it. Rachel, I don't want to take up all the time. Do you have any questions?
No, I wholeheartedly, I'm a note taker, so I like I absolutely love everything that was said and shared. And Karen, I of course absolutely love everything that you're doing and how far you've come and what you've really meant to the Los Angeles Tribune, because your addition and contribution to this channel has been so profound that I'm super honored and grateful to say that I'm able to just be associated here and on this Zoom call with all of you. So thank you. You, just as Parisa said, have been so authentically engaged and made such a positive impact, even before we've had the opportunity to meet. And that just shows how genuine you are. And I love and adore you for that. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I just wanted to say I absolutely love the little story about "You are loved." And I live up in Montana, so we don't have an ocean. But a certain time of the year, which is now, I live at the top of a humongous lake, and we call it North Shore Beach because the water levels are drained down far enough that everything's receded. We have a huge beach that everyone can go to, except it's really cold, so you're in shoes and coats and hats because all the spring runoff comes from the glaciers down. Well, it's this time of year when you can go out and actually everyone just walks on the beach. It's not real soft sand. It's really heavy and kind of packed. And just by listening to your story, Parisa, I remember just the other day when I was out there and had a moment, received some guidance, had some intuition, and I looked down at the ground, and the very next thing I see, it says, "I heart you. I love you." And I'm like, that was the perfect timing and the perfect message. So when I see things like that, and I'm going to start doing that too, it's like a note from the universe, a message from the universe to the person. And that's really what we're doing there. So knowing that, and I'm just so inspired, Karen, with all the things that you've been talking about and the stories that you have been sharing. What was one of those intuitive moments or a moment for you where you felt that real, raw, unconditional love that said, "I'm on the right track"? It's a deep question, but I want to know. I know you can go there.
It's a
Yeah.
good question.
I could tell you lots of stories about going there. One of the recent experiences that I have had is becoming a life coach, and And I have a life coach, and I have learned so much from her throughout my years knowing her. And as I was learning more and more about how to be my best self and how to remove blocks to love in my own life, I realized, what I really want to do is help other people with this same journey. And so I retired from being a dietitian, and I decided I'm just going to go all in with this. I had been doing it part-time. For many years, I'd been doing health and wellness coaching and relationship coaching, but then I decided, what, I really want to do this full time. And that was a little bit scary because I just didn't know that territory as far as marketing myself specifically. I'd marketed other businesses, my own business, but a different kind of business. And so this was a little different for me. And that knowing came as my husband and I were talking about it. And he said, you light up every time you talk about this subject, every time you talk about love and helping people remove blocks to love, you just light up. And he said, so why don't you just do this full time? And I was like, oh, that is exactly what I want to do. And it was interesting because, we talk about the shoulds and how they're not always very helpful. Well, what I wanted to do was to do that. And so that as I, prayed about it and turned to my higher power, that answer came that yes, that is your road. And you've been preparing for this all your life. And now go and do this. And so that was the most recent, a fairly recent knowing that just came to me, where I just felt so much love, from the universe for me to give out to other people. And when I'm that conduit, I can't tell you anything that brings me more joy in my life than to feel that I am able to offer love to other people and to lift them up. And so any opportunity that I have, even if it's a small opportunity, if I meet somebody on the airplane and I'm talking to them, that brings me love too. So it doesn't have to be grand. It can be just small things, but those knowings that I'm in the right place and that I'm aligned and doing what love would do, that makes all the difference for me.
I love that. It reminds me of this saying that one of my mentors mentioned to me many years ago, and it's that if love had a voice, what would it say?
Yeah.
I keep that with me every day, especially in the challenging moments where I'm wanting to not be so loving.
Right.
And I'm like, if love had a voice, what would it say? And love is benevolent. Love is looking at the bigger picture, or sometimes love is assertive, and really just allowing that to be the focal point. I love that piece that you shared.
Thank you. Yeah, and my mantra is very similar. What would love do? What would love do? And sometimes in those difficult moments, love does set boundaries, and love needs to make a change and to let go of certain things. So absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
This reminds me of a children's story by Douglas Wood called Old Turtle and the Broken Truth, where there's everything was in perfect harmony. Then everything starts falling apart, and there's division and separation and war and different things. And from there, this girl goes on to the quest to the center of the earth to talk to, and find Old Turtle, because they only had half the truth. And the turtle gives her the other half of the truth. At the end of the story, it says the first truth is you are loved. And then the second half of the truth is, and so are they.
Very, very similar.
I think it's very, very similar here. And I absolutely love it. And you just seem to be an expression of that love for everyone. And you're right, sometimes love does walk away. It's loving yourself, or maybe loving the other person, knowing that you had to give them the opportunity for growth. So is there a point in your life where out of love you had to do something that wasn't necessarily felt or seen like it was love, but because of the love there was a different outcome?
Yes, I have had to do that numerous times in my life, where I have realized that, the situation wasn't beneficial for either one of us. Maybe the other person, I'm trying to think of which specific situation to share, but I have had numerous situations where I have had to say, we actually aren't aligned at this moment. And I've even had to say to people, you are free to do whatever you feel that you need to do, because I see that we aren't aligned, and that's okay. And I wish you well. I send you off with love, and I hope for the very best in you. And sometimes in those situations, the person has come back, and then when we were aligned, and that has been beautiful. And in other situations, they have not, and I have grieved because I always grieve a loss, when of any sort, when the relationship, ends. But it never feels in my heart like it ends, because I still keep the lessons that I learned from that person with me, and I still cherish those moments together. And so it's kind of bittersweet, because I still love them and I miss them, but I also know that it's for the best. And then I just continue to celebrate the good that was, and hope that they are continuing to do well in the world.
I think that first of all, thank you for that share. It completely provoked this experience that I've had with setting boundaries from that place of love. And the story I'll share really quick is one that is definitely more taboo. And it's something that I've received a lot of strife over, and a lot of challenges from many people, and not so much any longer, but it was something that I also shared online a few years ago. And I chose to go no contact with my mother many years ago. And it was a decision that I made after 10 years of being very intentional about really discovering what it was that was going on within myself, and then truly sitting with what I was needing once I just was really getting to that piece of clarity. And going no contact seems wrong on all levels. And I remember hearing so many people saying that, if she's alive, like, why would you do that? I'm like, because I need to be able to hear my own voice. Like, I need to be able to validate my own self. I needed to really experience empowerment and peace within my own autonomy. And for a myriad of reasons, I was not able to do that while remaining connected with her ultimately. And I think that I needed to go through some things and really experience knowing that I had my own back, but also that I wasn't set up for failure if I did not have my mom around, or I didn't have my mom to rely on. That other people in the world actually do show up to love on you. Other people do show up in this world to show you that support and that encouragement, and they can be complete strangers. And really learning how to recognize the affirmation, the validation, the confirmation from others, and starting within yourself. And so I remember that this was a big boundary that I set, and it wasn't something that I set right off the bat. It was after many years of setting smaller boundaries within myself, and then with others and circumstances, and then eventually coming to the place where I'm like, I really think this is the boundary that I need for myself. And knowing that that boundary could mean a lot of things, not knowing the outcome, not having any control over the outcome.
Right.
But being fully willing to sit with, what does unconditional love look like? And how might that look expressed right now? And am I okay with it looking different than what others might say it's supposed to look like? And do I want to do that to my mom? But then what am I doing then to myself?
Mm-hmm.
And really coming to the place of that boundaries come from a place of love. Boundaries protect the goodness that already exists. Boundaries don't push people away. Boundaries preserve the good. Boundaries preserve the love, and they create space for the blessings to actually have space to land. And when I really clicked and connected with that, I'm like, this is still painful. And there's so much goodness that I truly felt intuitively that, like, this is meant to be. I need to do this. And I will say that we have reconnected. Is it a perfect relationship? No, because not any relationship is. And I'm in full acceptance of that. And I'm at full peace with that. And I get to be on here with you all amazing women, because my mom is tending to my kids, my boys, and they get to be able to connect with their grandma. So it's like, it's these boundaries that we often view as so abrasive and harsh and from a place of hurt or pain, if you allow yourself to look at them from a place of love and protection and empowerment and preservation of what already is good, I think that we can really shift how we honor ourselves and what that actually looks like.
Yes, it's so true. And I honor you for that very difficult process that you went through. That was such a journey. And yet you listened to what was best for you, because honestly, when you set that boundary out of love, it's very different than I'm setting this boundary to keep you away from me versus I'm setting this boundary to preserve the goodness. And sometimes we need that time to then regroup and learn and have that time where we can, make progress in our own life, and then you and your mother reconnected. And so that may not have happened if you hadn't had the courage to do what you felt. And regardless of how anyone else judged the situation, you had to be true to yourself, and that then allowed you to have that love to reconnect later. And so what a beautiful love story.
Thank you. I can guarantee you I would not be here right now talking to you all if I hadn't done that. Absolutely, hands down, without a doubt.
Amazing, amazing words there. And I'm going to bring up here to the stage. I'm going to hope I get this right. Priyanka, is that how we're saying?
That's correct.
All right, perfect. Well, thank you for being with us here at the Los Angeles Tribune, and welcome. And we would love to hear part of your short story. And I'm going to have you just jump into the discussion.
Thank you so much, and it's so good to see so many lovely ladies, and discussing over the inspiring stories, and this. I mean, supporting each other, and that's the main key word of women empowerment, and sharing your stories and inspiring others, and that's. I mean, I'm really impressed with this thing. Yep. So my name is Priyanka Chaurasia. I'm all the way from Texas, and I'm a fashion designer. This is my, let me say, okay, this is my clothing brand, and I started my clothing line back in September 2023. I launched my clothing brand at New York Fashion Week. I did LA Fashion Week. With the LA Fashion Project recently, and then I'm also a Mrs. International Texas pageant title winner. I'm a state director for Miss South Asia World Pageant, and also, I mean, let's say it's 9 to 5. I'm an IT professional, so yeah, this is what I'm been doing, and I'm also involved in a couple of social service.
All right, amazing there. And thank you for introducing yourself and sharing a little bit about your story. We were talking about the topic of love and how we love unconditionally, and then the hard times where it doesn't seem like love, but times where it was out of love. Did you, as a woman, ever have a moment that you had to do something out of love that may not have been perceived as love?
Well, many times. Well, there are so many things that we do out of love, and it doesn't mean has to be a family member or your close friend, but also someone you think you are connected and you want to help them, a genuine help. But it turns out to be sometime, it's only one-sided. You are trying to help someone, but the other person is not very, taking it in a positive way, or not very, it's like from both sides, it's not the same. I'll say the aura. Yeah. So yeah, I do have experience things like that. Like when we give too much of love, we do something out of our love. It doesn't have to return back to us. Yeah, actually happen.
I love that perspective. Now, there's a question that was asked of Rachel earlier, and I was so just moved by her response that I would love to extend this question to you, and definitely very much connects with moving and viewing things from a place of love. And that is, what is something about yourself that you're most proud of, or that you don't give yourself enough credit for, that you are so proud of?
Well, I'm proud of the woman I have become. Well, I was not so confident. I think, back like 5 years or so, I was not, I was very like, I'll not say very introvert, but I was little bit shy kind of, girl who won't express too much. And I feel like, I'm proud of what I'm doing right now, and, helping the other women in my community to bring, to come out of their, let's say, their, the frames, and then come to the stage, like the pageant, right? Let's talk about the pageant Miss South Asia world. So there are so many South Asian women, they come up of their, there are so many married with kids and everything. They are always stuck with their daily routines and all. When they come to the stage like this, they feel very confident, they feel like proud of themselves. So I think that push is very needed. You need to come out of that, your normal routine, and believe in yourself, and it's like, so yourself, and keep on moving, becoming a better person for the society as well. So it's like, I feel like it's a chain, you feel motivated, you are on that stage, you are doing something else, and you give that back to the community. And then the next person who is inspired, or who's doing, they got it, they are the one to, move that to the other person. So I truly believe in that. And yeah.
It's interesting because it's like a ripple effect, and you don't always even know, how you're impacting someone or who you're impacting, but you might impact Parisa, and then Parisa impacts me because of the love that she feels from you, and then she shares that with me, and then I share that with Rachel. We don't even know how far and wide that ripple effect is, but we know that there is a ripple effect, and we do have we can have that positive impact when we choose to be loving. And so what a wonderful service that you're doing for the women that you're surrounded with, Priyanka.
Thank you so much. And it's also like, I see like women like you, it's so inspiring. And, with the positive, I'm on, seeing you guys live. I mean, I'm talking to you guys, but I can feel the aura you guys have, it's so much of positive. And so I believe like, it's all about women empowerment, and, helping the other, to come out of their, let's see, I'm not getting the exact word, but getting out of their walls, break the barriers, and yes, proving themselves.
Yes, and you doing that gives them permission to do that too.
Thank you so much.
Rachel, I'm going to give you a chance to hop in if you had something that you'd like to ask Priyanka.
Yeah, so I feel like to come to a space where you are creating this ripple effect of love, like we talked about, most of the time it comes from some significant hardship, right? Where we have to look inward to really find that love within ourselves. And we feel called then, almost it's a healing for us to start to love others. And so I would just love to understand, like, what was one of the turning points in your life that felt you that brought you to feel called to create such an impactful ripple effect of spreading love amongst women and humankind, really?
So I truly feel that for me, the turning point was when I took part, for this pageant for which I'm state director, Miss South Asia World. So, I mean, I was just busy with my normal life. I was doing my IT job and everything, just a normal social life, nothing much to do and all. But when I came to this pageant, I took part, and I felt like, what I always wanted to do, but I mean, I was not getting the right platform, you know, to be connected with the, women without the similar mind, and bringing out, I knew I had that talent, but I didn't get the right platform, I would say. So from here I got inspired by My Dream TV, the CEO of Miss South Asia World. She have inspired me, and she helped me, being confident, being coming out of my normal routine, and my, being she really helped me. And I'll say from there I started taking part in multiple other social work. And then I took part in the another pageant, Mrs. International Texas, back in 2022. I was a winner, and I think that confidence, trying for what you want, even if you fail at once, that doesn't stop you. Just go behind what you have always dreamed. I mean, you dream for. I mean, that's the main key. I mean, you may have a, you're not in a first experience, you may not win, but you gain a knowledge. I mean, you gain a experience, and that's how I kept on moving forward. From being a model at New York Fashion Week, I'm right now a fashion designer who launched my own clothing brand at New York Fashion Week, and I'm a state director of the same pageant right this year, in which I took a part. I mean, I was a participant. So I feel proud of myself that I started from the point. I'm taking a, I'll say I'm taking a lead there. So yeah, I'll say this is where my everything I started, like exploring myself. That's a very also this that is very essential, and you need someone inspiring upfront to, hold your hand and take you to the, see the how other opportunities are there. There are so many opportunities there, but not every door is open. You need to go and knock at the door, and you never know that that's a turning point for you, and then you can just move on from there and see what life, I mean, holds for you.
So good. I was going to ask you, I was like, if you had anyone from your community listening, what would you share with them? And still, I'm going to ask that. And I feel like what you just shared is like so on point for that. Is like, there's so many opportunities. And just because one door may not necessarily be open to what you're needing or what's aligned for you, it doesn't mean that that's the only door. There are so many opportunities. Just keep knocking, keep opening doors. Like, just
Yeah.
start with doors that don't even look like doors. They're there. Go ahead.
Yeah. So sorry, what was your question? I'm so sorry.
Oh, yeah. No. You're good. If anyone from your community is watching right now or is catching the replay, what would you want to say to them to encourage them? Because they see you here right now,
Mhm.
getting to the place where you got outside of your comfort zone and you're allowing yourself to be seen more, and you're in this place where you're wanting to share these things to empower and encourage others. So the moment here, what would you want your community to receive from you?
I mean, I'll just say what I did for myself. I want other girls, ladies, not only from South Asian community, it's for all the women, for all the human beings. I'll say the same thing, that, just break the barrier. If you have confidence, if you have talent, don't hold it back. I know there are so many circumstances, like, you are not able to do what you really want to do. You can follow your passion. You follow your profession, but not every time you can follow your passion, because you're too busy with your, family life, your other things going around, your work life. You need to balance everything. But I would say once in a lifetime, every girl, every human need to step out of their, normal life. You need to break the barrier, come from what worse can happen. I mean, even if you don't win something, even if you don't, I'll say not achieve the, the major goal, but you'll be there somewhere. You have that experience. You will have confidence in yourself, and you never know whom you are inspiring. And I started my career and everything, and with this profession, there are so many other girls, and they keep on, asking me and look out for me, and they're like, your story is so inspiring. I mean, being married and balancing with your work life, and doing multiple things, because I mean, I'm really busy with the social life, so many activities here, so like, balancing everything. and then still you have that smile on yourself and confident. That's a big thing. So I feel that's a proud moment for me, but at the same time I want that confidence for every other woman, you know, so that, you know, we can, there's a space for everyone. It's not that you are here, I'm here, that doesn't mean that no one else can, you know, do the same thing. It's, we have a space for everyone. I truly believe that.
It's so wonderful because there's sometimes people have the scarcity mentality where like, oh no, if Priyanka is the model and she's designing fashion, then there's not enough for me because there's only 2 pieces in the pie, and if she has them, then I don't have any. But there's all the pie in the world.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I truly believe that. I mean, let's not. I mean, I don't want to talk that, but there's so many even like who have already achieved so much more than us. They feel insecure, but I feel like that will not be there. I mean, you always whatever is destined for you, you'll always get whatever it is for you meant to be. So you need not to worry.
Yes.
Like I said, like, you know, I feel like the, you know, bigger the person have achieved more, they are more humble, they're more supportive, they want more from community to help them. That's what I feel. There's no place for insecurities.
Yes, we don't need to worry.
Yep.
Great advice.
So good. So I actually want to shift a little bit with Karen. I want to take the same question that Rachel was first asked, and then I tossed it to Priyanka. I would like to ask you the same question, Karen. What is something that you don't give yourself enough credit for, but you're really proud of?
The thing that I forget to give myself credit for is that I am a compassionate person, and I forget to offer myself compassion in the same way. It's so easy for me to see someone else that's hurting and to offer that to them, and I do offer it to myself, but sometimes I forget to even give myself credit that I do because I am just so focused, you know, on, and it's so easy for me to focus on other people. And so sometimes I have to have people remind me of that about myself, and they'll say, Karen, do you see you? And I'm like, I kind of, especially if my emotions get, you know, escalated, if I am feeling fear or if I am feeling, you know, some strong emotion, I go offline with my prefrontal cortex and I can't remember the truth. And so I'm not able to give myself credit for things at those moments. And I have to be able to emotionally regulate myself. And that usually takes community, like Priyanka was saying, having somebody there that believes in me and holds me virtually or in person, somebody that is expressing love to me. And then I can start to see again. And then I can give myself, you know, that credit. And I think that whole process is fascinating, how I can't even see it. I can't think it. I can't remember it. And I certainly can't see it. And so I need to have help to then become emotionally regulated to where I can see it. But even when I'm emotionally regulated, to believe it. And that's oftentimes a paradigm shift in my own thinking. And so I have to even, you know, go inward a little bit more, like we talked about that inner knowing, you know, what is true about myself. And one of the things that I often do when I'm struggling with this is I will write out, I do a lot of journaling, and so I'll write down whatever it is that's the difficult thing, and then I will write a letter back to myself from love. And like we talked about, what would love say? What would love say to me about me? And those letters, oh, I just cherish those letters because they're divine for me. It's my mind becomes so open, and like the shackles fall off my eyes, and I can see it, I can feel it, and the truth resonates within my soul.
I feel like that was just like the best hug ever, hearing the response. I don't know about you guys.
Thank you.
Just me being super real. I would love to kind of take what you just said, Karen. And I would love for Priyanka and both Rachel to respond to this. Like when you're needing to, when you go, as you said, when you're going offline with your prefrontal cortex, like that is amazing. I love that little line how you described it. So for Priyanka first, when you're stuck in your head and you're needing to be able to tap back into that place of love within yourself, what is your go-to? How does that how are you able to do that and really tap back into that place within yourself?
So I just go to my husband. He's like he's like a healing factor for me, because he's the one who is always full. I've never seen him being negative about anything. I mean, I'll say for me, even one major thing that I'm able to do so many things is my husband's support and the positivity, because he's always so happy and positive. I mean, sometimes I'm so I get sometimes worried or panic for something. He's like, you know what? Why are you worrying? I mean, what worse can happen? I mean, just go and do it. Why are you worried? I mean, you just got it, whatever it is, and all. So, I mean, that's just an example. But yes, when I'm too worried or I want, to talk to, go to a person, I think it's my husband. Yes.
Love that. Co-regulation is a powerful thing.
Mhm.
Very powerful.
Thank you.
Totally.
All right. Mike is off to you, Rachel. What about you? When you're in your head and you're needing to tap back into love, what does that look like for you?
Well, that's deep. No, I too do a lot of journaling, a lot of writing. I probably have 13 books in my journaling because it's really in my, and I do a lot of vlogging privately as well, because I think it's really important when we are struggling, especially when we have something that's really hard and really negative that we're soaking in, that we get that poison out of us. I really believe that those negative, toxic things that we're struggling with within ourselves, because of maybe something that happened and we couldn't control the circumstances of someone else and the way that it affected us. I know how deeply hard things that impact us can affect us if we keep those inside. So for me, I definitely do a lot of journaling and speaking out loud, those real raw emotions that you would never say to someone else, right? And the other thing that I always do is I try to connect with nature and I move. It's really important when we're struggling to not, like, yes, for a moment, allow yourself to feel. And if you want to pull the covers over your head, okay, but don't allow yourself to stay there. I think for me, one of the things that I gravitate to as quickly as I possibly can, rain or shine, cold or hot, is I try to remove myself from wherever I am and connect with nature and move your body, because it's much more difficult for us to move that negativity out of the cortex of our brain, right? In order to calm and rationalize and regulate our emotions. If we stay still, it's very easy for us to sit in that. So I think those are the three ways that are super important and impactful for me. And whether it be in business or my personal life, I try to use these three things before any life altering decisions or before any real big decisions, whether it's a good challenge or or something that's really, really hard. So for me, those are three of the things that I think are really important.
Wow. Thank you for your deep answer as well. Do we have time? I'm not sure if we have time for Alicia. Welcome back, Alicia. For Alicia and Donna to share their answers to this, because I'm loving how enriching this is. So I feel like we all experience this at some point throughout the day or maybe the week, but for me, it's daily, needing to connect back into my heart. Not sure how we are on time, but you guys let me know.
I think we're good on time. Donna, would you like to share? And then I'll share last.
Sure. Put me on the spot here. And the question is,
Question is, no, when you're, as in Karen's words, when you're going offline with your prefrontal cortex, like when you're in your head, you need to get out of your head.
what do you do?
What do you do to get back into your heart?
You know, the very, very, very first thing I did, and I think I heard somebody actually mention this about the word nature. I go outside, and it doesn't matter, rain, shine, snow, because we have snow here in Montana. I go outside and I'll dress for the weather and I move my body, because breathing in that fresh air, even if I just walk down the road and back up, or I go on a little bit longer of a hike, it clears everything out of the mind. It gets you back into the present moment. And then you can start receiving the guidance that you are meant to receive. And then you can take the correct action steps for it. So when you physically move, you're physically moving energy in your body, but you're also physically moving the energy around you to invite in the things that you do want to have. If I'm not able to go outside, I'll admit I'll lay down on my sofa and I'll meditate. I will do that for 15 or 20 minutes, and it pulls me right out every single time.
That's so beautiful, Donna. I love that movement in nature. For me, it's kind of similar. I love to meditate. I like to start my day every morning meditating for 15 to 30 minutes a day. And then I like to journal right after I meditate. And I started doing this, and I do it almost every morning because I like to create the time for myself to pour into me before the day occurs, because you never know what's going to happen during the day. I also like to do this. I really like to journal, kind of like what Rachel was saying, because I realized that sometimes during the day I can be distracted, and I was trying to figure out, why am I distracted? Well, there were so many thoughts that I was waking up with, and I was saying, well, I'll just deal with this later. But later never came, right? And so I got into a habit of journaling, of expressing how I felt, whether it was about the day or what's going on, or just connecting with self in the morning as a way to have that conversation with myself in the morning, to clear some of my thoughts out so that they weren't taking up space during the day in ways that I may have been aware of and may not have been aware of. And then I think as things happen, because one of my favorite phrases to say is life's like life be life in, is what I say, right? Because you never know what's going to happen. But I think it's really understanding that depending on what is going on, there are different things that I can do, and it's okay to switch it up, whether it is getting active, journaling, or breathing. But I found that breathing, for me at least, it really, really helps. But sometimes it's listening to music. Sometimes it's watching something funny because I need a laugh just to get anything that's on my mind off. Like, it really depends on the day, on my mood. But I think it's just having the awareness that I need to do something so that this doesn't eat at me or get to me on the inside. And I have to figure out a way to get it out and express it, or just release it from me so that it doesn't continue to follow me. And something I started doing years ago that I still do often, I learned it from Lisa Nichols. I write myself love letters, like Dear Leash, or Love Alicia, right? And I just like to write myself letters. I don't do it every day, but it's just a reminder that the longest conversation you'll ever have in the day is the one that you have with yourself. And so grace is important, but talking to yourself kindly, I like to do it on paper because it's a reminder that when I'm not writing it out, make sure to talk to myself nicely in my mind too. So
those are wonderful pattern disruptions that you have. I mean, even just laughing, and reading, we're thinking, and then to show love for yourself. I love your love letters.
Thank you. And hi, Priyanka. It is very nice to see you all and talk about being in nature. I'll give you all a little tour. I don't know if you can see it, but I am currently in Phoenix by the mountains, and I'm hoping that I get to walk out in the mountains. Ava and I are tuning into HerStory Unfolding live from Phoenix today. We are at the International Impact Book Awards celebrating authors, and Nim Stant, who was on HerStory Unfolding earlier this month. And it is amazing to have such a wonderful Los Angeles Tribune family. Donna, Parisa, Rachel, Karen as well joining. We had Julianne on the program earlier today. And Priyanka, you are doing so much for women empowerment through fashion, through pageantry work. It's been amazing that you were able to join us today and share more with the audience, more about what it is that you do.
Thank you.
Rachel has a special announcement for you all, and I would like to open up the floor for Rachel to share her announcement, and then get closing remarks from Priyanka, and then we will close out today's segment of Her Story Unfolding. Thank you all for tuning in.
Oh, thank you so much, Alicia. I don't know if Ava is joining us.
Ava is tuning in from the comments line.
Okay.
So anything you say, she will message back in the comments.
Okay, very good. She had asked me to announce this today. So because of you, Alicia and Ava, deciding to continue and carry on this incredible journey of her story, I said to Ava and Alicia, you had the opportunity to see the Women's Club of Hollywood and experience what we're trying to do in that beautiful historical building. And what we were thinking would be an incredible way to really honor what we're doing here is have announcement coming soon of a live event, just like we're doing every day here, announcing all the different stories of different women. We love you, Ava. I see the note that you have down below, but really and truly, you're the inspiration behind all this. And I just want to offer the opportunity for all of us to come together in connection and be in the same space, sharing some of these stories from a stage, loving on each other, collaborating, and truly making that positive impact. And there's no better place to do it than, in my opinion, right now, the Women's Club of Hollywood and the way they are stepping up and truly trying to make a positive impact on the city of Los Angeles and bring goodness and heart-centered people back into that area. And so I just want to welcome all of you and invite all of you to stay tuned, because we will have details to come. Ava and I will be panning out all the details, but we will absolutely be hosting a live Her Story. I know I'm so emotional. I can't heart it enough either, Ava. It is such an exciting, incredible thing. We are going to go big and strong with the beautiful red carpet, with the Los Angeles Tribune Step and Repeat, with the photographers, celebrating each and every one of you ladies and what you are doing. And we're going to do it at the Women's Club of Hollywood.
Wow. That's huge. I was on mute. I'm like, I'm not making any sound. What's going on here?
So incredible. So excited. The Women's Club of Hollywood is such a beautiful space, and it has been a place for women to come together throughout the 1900s and into 2000. It is a historical place where women can come to be educated, feel supported, and also feel protected by all that happens in the world. And so it's going to be truly remarkable to be able to bring Her Story Unfolding to the Women's Club of Hollywood, and also for women to just be aware of the Women's Club of Hollywood and the history of it, and really contribute to the space continuing to grow, to flourish, to continue to get redesigned. There's a beautiful gala space in there, an entertaining space, but there's so much history there. The Women's Club of Hollywood also has supported veterans for such a long time, does a lot of collaborations and support with veterans, but that's what Her Story Unfolding is all about. It's about everyone recognizing that they have a story, coming together, supporting one another, and really creating spaces for women to unite in community, because that's truly what it's all about, because we are all one. We just have different experiences in this unique place that we called life and in this world. So super, super excited about Rachel's announcement and a lot more to come. And Priyanka, we're gonna have to invite you back to LA so that you can come and share more time with us in LA. But Priyanka, would love for you to share remarks with the audience that you would like them to just think about and remember, whether they're tuning in today or watching the rebroadcast of this segment. You do so much, you do it through fashion, you have such a great energy about you. Would love for you to share closing remarks.
Thank you so much, Alisa, for this, amazing opportunity. And I'll say that I'm really glad and honored to be part of this, wonderful discussion over here at this platform. I mean, I see all these amazing ladies with so much experience and so many tips. Now I learned it. I need not go back to my husband. I need to do all the other nature things, you know. So yeah, I mean, it's amazing, and this we need a platform like this to recognize the women and support each other. So yeah, I'm really thankful for that, and I'll really like to say that for all the ladies out there, I'll say one word is be confident, follow your passion, and help your community. I mean, help the other women in and around wherever you are. It doesn't matter where you are. If you are capable or you are at the stage where you are remarkable personality, you do have that. Do help other women come out of their comfort zones. That means a lot to bring a change in our society. Yes.
So beautiful. Thank you so much, Priyanka, for joining us and the work that you do with pageantry, with instilling confidence and helping women express who they are in so many ways through their wisdom, through their beauty, and through the energy that they bring to the stage and beyond. And to our wonderful LA Tribune family, Rachel, Donna, Parisa, Karen, we've had you all on Her Story Unfolding throughout the month of March, whether it was on the broadcast or out and about, like Karen, with the podcast conference. It's just been so amazing to have you all come back during our 2-day grand finale of Women's History Month, what we're calling our Circle of Remembrance, because we all have a story. It's called Her Story Unfolding because we're just on one page of a book that's still being written. But why not remember all of it now, right? So it's a big circle of remembrance. We appreciate you all. Thank you so much for joining. For those of you tuning in, we're coming back with part 2 of our grand circle of remembrance tomorrow to strongly close out Women's History Month. We have speakers joining us from all around the world tomorrow in different industry spaces, focus on different work, but it all comes down to sharing personal stories and sharing the work because we all impact each other. Until next time, we appreciate you all. Rachel, Donna, Parisa, Karen, if you'd like to share any closing remarks with everyone, please feel free to do so. And until next time, thank you all for tuning into Her Story Unfolding.
Well, I would just like to say, thank you for the opportunity to be here, and Alicia, I appreciate so much what you and Ava are doing, shining light and highlighting women and their contributions. And I'm so grateful for Mo and for the way that he sets the tone, because it comes from the top and it comes down, and we wouldn't be doing what we're doing without his vision. And so I'm grateful for Michael Silvers and for everybody, all of you women, and for the blessing that you are, to me. So I'm so grateful to be a part of the Los Angeles Tribune family.
I'll happen next. And this is stemming from some of my experiences with Karen, and it's that we're called for community. We're meant to connect. And it doesn't have to look like any prescribed way. It can look however it's meant to be for the moment. If it's right now listening, if it's commenting, if it's texting someone, if it's calling someone, it's going to someone's house. We're meant to connect. We're called to connect. We're called for community. So just a reminder of we get to do this life together, and let that be what the mission is for today. So thank you all for letting me do this day with you all together.
And I'm just going to say thank you to everyone, and even the Los Angeles Tribune, because without this platform, none of us would be here. And to share in everything that we have to offer has been truly a blessing. And if I took one thing away from today and being here, is always follow what's in your heart, because it's going to show you the way.
I will just say Thank you so very much to the Los Angeles Tribune, for Ava, Alicia, Mo, Karen, Parisa, everyone, Donna, who has made this possible. This was an idea that Ava had and just put into fruition and took action. And I absolutely love that, because without that vision, we wouldn't all be here on this Saturday before Easter, spending time building relationships, right? Because undoubtedly after this day, I know that my relationship with each of you has strengthened, and we're going to do bigger and better things because of the vision that Ava put out. So I'm super grateful for that. And I just want to add one more thing, Parisa, you are so right. The most powerful energy source on the planet truly is connection and relationships. And I say all the time, what's the most important thing? Every stage that I speak on, it doesn't matter where it is or what it's about. If it's business, mental health, it doesn't matter. It is relationships. And so I just feel so grateful to be a part of all of this. And I can't wait to hug each and every one of you in person. Oh my gosh, I'm beyond excited. Like I'm literally a kid in a candy store when I talk about being able to be in person and building that connection, because this is all amazing and incredible and it brings us closer. But there is nothing like wrapping your arms around another woman trying to do big things, because it's lonely when we try and do it, on our own, even on Zoom. So love you all and can't wait for so much more.
Thank you all. We love you. We appreciate you. On behalf of our CEO, Mo Rock, who is amazing, always creating spaces for people to feel seen, be heard, and valued. We appreciate you, Mo, for the type of leader that you are, the person that you are, and the energy that you bring. To Ava V. Manuel, the editor-in-chief of the Los Angeles Tribune. Ava, you do it all, but you truly care and you really do it for everyone around you. When you think about the word community, I can't think about another person like Ava that really is focused on bringing community. On behalf of myself, Alicia Magnus Lewis, business director at the Los Angeles Tribune, it has been a pleasure being with you all today, and we will see you next time. Donna, if you can support in closing us out.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.